just motion me and I'll call him.
Yeah. Okay.
Pretty much understand.
Okay. Great. Yeah. So we're gonna do.
Yeah.
So we're gonna-
We are live.
We'll wait. It is 7. Yeah.
Okay, I'd like to call this meeting to order. I'd say, let's please rise for the pledge of allegiance, and I'd ask for a moment of silence for Commissioner Robinson's son, who passed away last week. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You have a roll call, please.
Commissioner Robbins,
Here.
Commissioner Rushton,
Present.
Commissioner Bonnet,
Here.
Commissioner Russell,
Here.
Commissioner Susslow, here, Commissioner Algar, here, Commissioner Lautner, present, all present.
Thank you. That would bring us then to approval of board minutes. We have two here on the purple sheet. Commissioner Watkins.
I would move for approval of regular session board minutes of Tuesday, April 20th, 2021.
I'll second.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0.
Can we wait on the 11th?
Yes,
to discuss?
that'd be all right.
I do have a correction for that, which I will get with the clerk.
Okay. Commissioner Solicitor.
Yeah, I have a correction too, only because you were having a difficult time hearing me. Turns out Spectrum said the router had died, so I wasn't even getting high speed, let alone what we normally get. So my apologies for that. I've only got, I think, I applaud the clerk's office. They did an excellent job of getting the gist of what I was trying to say, but there's one section that I'll provide the clerk with a change on.
And I have a small correction also to the clerk.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
All right, then we'll move on then to approval of the agenda. I don't have any, I have one late addition here.
Mr. Chairman, could you make that number 15? Because depending on what actually take on 14, you may not have to.
All right,
Action on 15.
we would make that number 15.
What is the late addition?
Late additions
So
for,
vacancy in the clerk's office.
yeah.
Okay, well, what was
Depends what
that?
you do. And,
Yeah, I got what you
It's a
said.
vacancy in the clerk's office.
So it's 15, did you say?
15, yes. Yeah, Commissioner Wesson,
Move to approve the agenda as amended.
Second.
all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. So that brings us then to public comment. If you wanted to do public comment, please call 231-256-8109, 231-256-8109, or if you're down in the conference room down below watching, you can come up to do public comment. And we'll actually, and then as well as the people here. So, but we have someone on the phone right now.
Go ahead, sir.
Yes, thank you. Good evening. I'm David Elkin, a resident of Leelanau. I've written to you over the past weeks about your decision to open meetings with a prayer. Tonight, I'd like to comment about the opening prayer policy we'll be considering later this evening. The policy describes the creation of a congregation list that will include clergy eligible to recite the opening prayer. Further, it limits eligibility to those clergy whose congregations have a physical presence in the county. There are people of many faiths who live in our county, some of whom, such as Unitarians, Muslims, and like me and other Jews, do not have such a physical presence. Our congregation has been operating since 1885. Our members come from around the Grand Traverse City area. Yes, we have synagogue in Traverse City, but many of us live, vote, and pay taxes in Leelanau County. I urge you to amend the policy so that clergy who have congregants in the county, whether or not they have a physical presence in the county, may be included in the list of those eligible to recite prayer. In this way, everyone in our wonderful county can feel fully included in their government's action. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Beck, did you want to come forward? Yeah.
A new situation, but I'm doing the best I can. Mary Tonneberger, Olena, and good evening to all of you. I'm here in reference to the agenda item pertaining to the reorganization of the clerk's office. I communicated to you last week via email after reading the article in the Enterprise by Eric Carlson. Now, it may or may not have been 100% accurate, but that's what I'm basing my thoughts on. My major concerns is about the process relative to handling this. As I understand it, the clerk and the administrator were unaware this was to be discussed. And it appears to me, based on my experience being on the Board of Commissioners and under Peter Cole's Freedom of Information open meetings training we had, that daisy chain decision-making may have taken place. And by that I mean namely 4 commissioners made and supported a motion with no prior discussion as to its rationale. Violations of the opens meeting law would have occurred if a decision was made before the meeting. This shows lack of respect for the clerk, our most experienced elected official. Remarks pertaining to her health, the lack of ability to handle certain functions, and no discussion with her and the administrator, let alone 3 other commissioners, is not the process we want to follow. I realize the motion to explore this supports development of 2 new departments and who they reporting to whom and the cost of doing this. I'm afraid the damage has been done. I'm assuming this item is on the agenda, but you still have ample time to discuss the process. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, we have someone on the phone here.
Go ahead, sir.
Michelle.
Yes.
Okay, could you please turn down your TV or your computer?
Yes, I can.
Recording in the room
Go ahead, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
Good evening. My name is Peter Raphael, and I'm a resident in Casson Township. This regarding the prayer before meetings policy. Dear Leelanau County Board of Commissioners, the undersigned, as attorneys who reside in or have familial connections to Leelanau County, collectively submit this letter to express our deep concern regarding the proposed policy regarding prayer before meetings of the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners. As strong proponents of the separation of church and state, as enunciated in the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, we believe that religion does not rightfully belong in the government context and should be observed reverently according to one's own religious or spiritual practice. In addition, including religious practice in a governmental setting constitutes enormous misuse of taxpayer resources that could be better spent attending to the needs of all county residents. We are also gravely concerned about the stark limitations in the proposed resolution as to who is eligible to offer such form of prayer or invocation. Although we acknowledge that the U.S. Supreme Court in Town of Greece versus Galloway upheld the county's right to include a prayer or invocation at the beginning of a formal meeting, the court stated that the government may not coerce its citizens to support or participate in any religion or its exercise. Furthermore, as you state in the final whereas clause of the proposed resolution, prayer during government meetings shall not proselytize or advance any particular faith, denigrate non-believers or religious minorities, threaten damnation, preach conversion, or show any purposeful preference of one religious view to the exclusion of others. The eligible participants you propose, namely clergy from congregations with an established presence in Leelanau County, exclude adherents of numerous religions, faiths, and spiritual practices. In particular, certain religions or spiritual practices do not have designated clergy or formal congregations, such as Native American spirituality, Buddhism, paganism, and others. In addition, some participants in certain religions have established congregations in Traverse City or other locations, but those congregations may not have an established presence in Leelanau County, such as Judaism, Greek Orthodox, Muslims, and others. The policy analyzed and found agrees specifically include laypersons, in addition to clergy, as eligible participants. Your policy as currently written seems clearly to show a purposeful preference of one religious view to the exclusion of others, given that the majority of, if not all, the established congregations in Leelanau County are of the Christian persuasion. Given this fact, the policy appears to be inconsistent with the guidance provided in town of Greece, and therefore is potentially violative of the Establishment Clause, putting the county at risk of expensive and time-consuming litigation. By excluding participation by members of minority religions, the policy also perpetuates structural racism and discrimination in violation of your state policy of inclusion, equality, and equity, and Leelanau County Resolution 2020-014. If you insist on including prayer or invocation as part of the formal meetings, we strongly encourage you to reconsider the criteria used to determine eligibility to participate in such prayer or invocation, so as to allow broad and inclusive participation from all residents of the county. Better yet, we suggest you reconsider reverting solely to a moment of silence before each meeting, which allows everyone to reflect according to their own beliefs and save countless county time and resources. Respectfully, Holly Bird, Traverse City, Helen A. Fred, Solon Township, Douglas Gerber, Leelanau County, Jay Johnson, Empire, Barry Levine, Elmwood Township, and myself, Peter Raphael, Casson Township. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, do you want to come forward?
Gary Zamitis, Leland. I wish to read something written by a former Democrat, me. Why? Because I woke up decades ago. Remember the Lord of the Rings creature, Smeagol, consumed with possessing the ring of power, the one ring to rule them all. Today's Democrats have the same compulsion. They seek to seize total and complete control of our nation. For decades, the groundwork has been laid for socialist revolution. Radical leftists have infiltrated every culture, political institution, our universities, our public schools, mainstream media, entertainment, corporate America, the military, the government, the judiciary, and even mainline Christian denominations. Insidious seeds of Marxism have been planted, fed, and watered, and now have infested our beloved America. Understand, it is the totalitarian left that wants racial strife that burns down our cities. They want envy. They want segregation and division. They want to demolish Mount Rushmore and make you pay for abortions and make your daughters compete in sports against men. They want to teach your children to hate cops, hate the national anthem, hate the flag, and everything we were raised to love and respect. They want to destroy our American experiment, a thriving, capitalistic, multi-ethnic republic of God-fearing people for all time. I moved to Leelanau County about 25 years ago to get away from the craziness of Illinois and Chicago. After about 10 years, we saw changes that we didn't like in politics, the biggest being poor representation in the area. We found some elected officials calling themselves conservative or Republican were far the opposite. My wife ran for county commissioner and was elected. I, on the other hand, found out that the Leland School was not saying the Pledge of Allegiance and had no American flags in the school. I began speaking to many groups in the county and other places to have patriotism reestablished in our schools. That being the case, I began attending township and county meetings. Wow, what an eye-opening experience. We have lived through many manufactured crises from the left. To name a few: war on women, 57 genders, global warming, Pipeline 5, affordable housing, attack on the sheriff's policies, 1619 project, critical race theory, white privilege, virtual signaling, toxic masculinity, defund the police, changing Mother's Day to Birther's Day, and best of all, the banning of plastic straws. These are just a few examples of the left's insidious seeds planted to divide us so they can control us. We cannot wait to hear more about invisible Leelanau. I attempted to work with Gwen Algauer, Patricia Sotos-Little, and Ty Wetzel, and there is no give or take because of their ideology. You have earned my disrespect. I thank the commissioners who voted for the prayer. I will pray for those of you who are against God, prayer, and are given rights under the Constitution. One more comment. I'd like to thank those forward-thinking commissioners for their thank those forward-thinking commissioners for their proactive response in providing a human services resource department and a certified public accountant for finance. This is a positive move in the county and for its citizens.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have someone on the phone. Go ahead, ma'am.
Hi, this is Karen Josephus. I'm a resident of Bingham Township. I attended the regular meeting the executive meeting last week, and wanted to make a comment, but public comment got kind of long, and then I thought I'd wait to the final public comment, and I couldn't stay for it. So this was why I came to the meeting last week. And then last week, the comment about prayer was, why is it taking so long and why are we taking so much time for it? And in the May 2nd, let me double check here, the May 6th edition of the Enterprise, I put a letter to the editor in to share, and I'm going to reiterate, this is our constitutional right. I want to remind everyone that on May 5th, 2014, the Supreme Court upheld prayer at governmental meetings. Justice Anthony Kennedy wrote, as a practice that has long endured, legislative prayer has become a part of our heritage and tradition, part of our expressive idiom, similar to the Pledge of Allegiance, inaugural prayer, or the recitation of God Save the United States and this honorable court at the opening of this court session. So this is the constitutional right of everyone, not just Christians, not just Eric Carlson's Wiccans, anyone who wants to say a prayer. So I really encourage you to stop fighting about this because it's our constitutional right, and as long as you challenge our constitutional right, we will fight. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the audience who would like to speak? And if you're down in the conference room and want, you can come up to talk. It's two, and the phone number is 231-256-8109. 231-256-8109.
I'm Darlene Dorlag of Centerville Township, District 5, and I'm here to express my grave reservation regarding Mr. Robbins' proposal to add two new departments to our county government. The proposal reeks of underhanded, behind closed doors, possibly illegal manipulation of board policy. Magically, it got every Republican on the board to immediately and wholeheartedly endorse the proposal. There was no study or discussion or data to support the need for such an expensive addition to our government. Sneaking this proposal onto the very end of the agenda was calculated, underhanded, and purposefully planned. No one's fooled by your blatant misconduct, Mr. Robbins, or your disregard for board rules. To plan to present this proposal while Michelle Crocker is taking a well-deserved and long-planned vacation with no notice to her is unconscionable. When Ms. Crocker was contacted by the enterprise on the phone, it became quite clear that Mr. Robbins fabricated his discussions with Ms. Crocker. She never discussed job stress or discontent or overload with him. She denied ever speaking to him about any of those topics. And when Mr. Robbins compared Leelanau County government to Mayberry, that enraged me. The county clerk's office has handled every part of all their duties expediently and smoothly with no grievances or complaints against them or her. Ms. Crocker conduct has always been exemplary. This smacks so badly of pure political partisanship. There's no regard at all for the expenses taxpayers will incur by this proposal. Staff salaries, benefits, office space, support staff, and equipment are just a few of the big expenses that come to my mind. I strongly and vehemently oppose the approval of this proposal and urge you to take it through the normal budgeting process in June. This will allow for a thoughtful, careful, and much-needed study of the proposal. My last question to all four of you who voted for it, who seemingly want to ramrod this through, is what's your real motive? Is the real motive voter suppression by limiting our county clerk's powers? No one's fooled by the actions of all four of you who quickly voted for this very transparent and easily seen through proposal. You need to rethink what you're doing and why you're doing it. Your constituents are all watching you. Thank you.
Thank you. We have someone on the phone here. If there's someone else in the audience, they can come up in between times.
Go ahead, sir, or ma'am.
Yes, my name is Jack Siegel. I am a professor at MMC and a retired American diplomat. I served in the military 2 tours in Vietnam, and as a diplomat, I served in Gaza during the Intifada, the first Palestinian uprising, and in Tel Aviv during 31 Scud missile attacks. I then went to work for NATO, and I made 40 trips to Afghanistan. I have served this country honorably and frequently and in many dangerous places. 2 years ago, I went to the Memorial Day ceremony at Northport, and there was a lengthy convocation, and the last words of that presentation by a minister were, "We offer this prayer in the name of our Lord, Jesus Christ." Imagine my rage and my disappointment at what was supposed to be a public event for everyone. It was not a prayer for all that I heard, it was a prayer only for Christians. Perhaps we are still a majority Christian nation, but we have many faiths, and here in this place where church and state should not mix, meaning your meeting room, you seem intent on an exclusionary, politicized use of prayer to drive us apart. I feel this is shameful on your part. As a veteran, as a person who has been honored by my country with a high position in diplomacy, it is just inexcusable to me that you want to use your time to drive a wedge between the people of Leelanau County. And I hope that you will listen to my plea. Many of you know my name and know me, and you know that I'm not some sort of abstract radical. I think you need to rethink your voting and get it out of the political mind and get it into the moral position that I think you should be dealing with today. Thank you.
Thank you. Johnson.
Jay Johnson, Empire Township. Good evening, glad to be addressing you in person. It's been a very long time. I won't take too much of your time this evening, but after more than a decade of following the county commission, I am frankly amazed to see that Commissioners Bunnick, Lautner, and Rushton are no longer obsessed with keeping the county government small so they would not have to raise taxes. Just as the National Republican Party abandoned any claim to the term fiscal conservative with the Trump tax cuts for the rich, now we have our local Republican representatives abandoning any claim to the term fiscal conservative. Last Tuesday, all three of them approved a fundamental change to the organization of the county government that will cost county taxpayers up to $280,000 per year in perpetuity. Amazingly, they made the organizational change without consulting the county clerk or the county administrator or the three other county commissioners. It is quite possible, even likely, that the four Republican commissioners discussed this reorganization beforehand, either verbally or by email, which could well be a violation of the Open Meetings Act. Thank you for allowing me to express my outrage. And as an addendum, I would like to thank Jack Siegel for his service to our country and to our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone out in the hallway who would like to come in and speak? Please.
There's a couple, three.
All right.
Good evening. I plan on keeping it short and sweet, and that is that I have a lot of respect for each and every one of you. I hear a lot of accusations and things like that.
Your name?
Michael Smith, I'm sorry, from Solon Township.
Thank you.
All of you put your time in, and I know it's hard to imagine how many hours you must put in, certainly many more than you're paid for. The decisions that you make are from your heart. And the first thing that you did when you came to this board was you were sworn in to uphold the Constitution of the United States of America. Another gentleman stole a little bit of my thunder, and that is that when you swore by the Constitution, you swore that you would uphold it, and God is a part of this country, and the laws that were established with this country and for this country and by the people that established it were through the Bible. And many people recognize the fact that you all have sworn on the Constitution. And so I'm actually thrilled that this is considered, because as this country has moved further and further away from God, we have seen the demise of this country breaking down. And I appreciate the vote for the prayer. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else out there?
There is somebody else.
Oh, come ahead, man. And if you're out there and you want to call in, it's 231-256-8109.
Good evening, I'm Nancy Doty, and I live in Elwood Township. I wrote a letter to Mr. Robbins after reading the article in the Leelanau Enterprise about the creation of 2 new staff people for the county. This is what I wrote. From the article in the Leelanau Enterprise, I noticed you introduced a motion at the last commissioners meeting to establish 2 new positions in the county government. The motion was not to study or evaluate in any way the need, job description, cost for 2 positions. I do not consider this responsible action on your part as my representative. Perhaps you need to reconsider the wording of your proposal to study, not establish the feasibility of these 2 new positions. There is not only the cost of salary and benefits for 2 new positions, but job descriptions, office space necessary, and any support staff needed to be included in any proposal. What's the hurry? What is the hurry? There's something behind that that's not been said. I expect county government to be adequate, but not overindulgent with staff to serve the needs of county residents. Go ahead, study the issue, collect the data, then come to the commissioners with a proposal that's realistic and defendable. Defendable not only to each other, but to the residents who will pay the taxes. And I have just a brief comment about the prayer issue within the county. Religion has always been fraught with controversy, and in many ways, it's been more destructive through history, as well as bringing people together. I know this. I'm retired clergy. It has possibilities, and it also has pitfalls. This resolution before you has a lot of pitfalls. The pitfalls are it's very exclusionary. If you don't belong to a congregation here in Leelanau County, you are never going to be represented. Never, as somebody who gives a prayer here. Episcopalians will not be represented. Unitarian Universalists will not be represented. Muslims will not be represented. Greek Orthodox will not be represented. Christian Scientists will not be represented. Latter-day Saints or Mormons will not be represented. Seventh-day Adventists will not be represented. And Jehovah's Witnesses will not be represented. Now, this is not inclusion. If you're going to do it, then go back to the drawing board and do it so it does have more inclusion in it. Thank you. And Mr. Robbins, I wanted to mention to you, I wrote my email to you before I knew about the tragedy in your family, and I do offer my condolences to you and your family.
Thank you very much. Please come forward.
My name is Sarah Bordeaux. I'm a lakefront property owner and I live in Centerville Township. Eurasian water milfoil needs to be addressed. There are many people who enjoy and derive benefit from Lake Leelanau, including area non-riparians, tourists, and small business owners, just to name a few. The majority of boat traffic on the lake does not consist of lakefront property owners, and it is unlikely riparians introduce the milfoil into the lake. They typically launch their boats, keeping them in Lake Leelanau for the entire season. Unfortunately, riparians have been singled out to bear the entire cost of milfoil remediation. This is unfair. The Lake Association has sprung the request for the creation of a lake preservation board quite quickly. At this point, I have reason to believe that most lakefront property owners are unaware of the impending resolution to create a board. During the Lake Association's presentation at the executive board meeting, they stated they had conducted broad public discussion. Citing a letter to Lake Association members, postcard mailings to the public, which included a dead link yielding no further information, and articles in both the Leelanau Enterprise and Leelanau Ticker. This does not constitute public discussion. Furthermore, the Lake Association's membership includes roughly 30% of lakefront property owners. They do not represent the majority of riparians. The battle to control milfoil will be long and expensive. Costs could easily exceed $1 million in the first year alone. The Lake Association spoke of placing burlap on the lake bottom and constructing boat wash stations at all launches. However, this represents only a portion of the cost. Boat wash stations will require maintenance and staffing indefinitely. There will likely be other costs, such as providing electricity to launch sites, hiring a biologist, upgraded equipment to place burlap on lake bottoms, legal consultation, and compensation to lake board members. Additionally, this project will last for the foreseeable future. Not all lakefront property owners have deep pockets. Some retirees purchased property years ago before lakefront prices soared, and there are a few farms that contain lake frontage as well. After consideration, another consideration should be privately owned campgrounds that have their own launch sites. Each summer, many boats that are high risk for transporting milfoil are launched at these sites. Is it wise to put forth significant assessment money and resources while these sites continue to serve as potential milfoil entry points into the lake? The Lake Board will operate independently without oversight, and riparians will have no recourse with regard to financial irresponsibility once the board is created. Board members are appointed, not elected. Other projects beyond the milfoil, deemed as preservation, could be undertaken in the future by the board. Milfoil remediation is time sensitive, but not to the extent that other funding options could not be explored before creating a lake preservation board. Why not charge a fee each time boats launch at township launch sites to help defray costs? Leelanau County permanent residents who launch boats frequently could purchase an annual pass at a discounted rate. Or county residents and entities also could be taxed for the milfoil remediation, but at a lesser percentage than lakefront property owners. Finally, it is questionable whether all items mentioned can be legally funded by levying a tax in a special assessment district. Please consider future consequences before voting to pass a resolution allowing for the creation of a lake board. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have something.
Yes, we have someone on the phone.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you. My name is Marion Kromkowski, and I sent a letter into the Board of Commissioners, but just in case you haven't had a chance to read it, I am going to read it into the record here. I wrote as a private citizen of Leelanau County, but one with 42 years of legal experience. I truly appreciate that paragraph 11 of the current opening prayer resolution recognizes, quote, the board's respect for the diversity of religious denominations and faiths represented and practiced among the citizens of Leelanau County, unquote. However, as currently written, all faiths practiced by Leelanau citizens will not be invited to participate in the opening prayer opportunity. This could very likely result in a legal challenge. Let me explain. My husband is Jewish. If he were to attend synagogue on Saturdays, he would travel to Temple Bethel in downtown Traverse City. Our oldest daughter was an active member of the Unitarian Universalist congregation. When she attended, she drove to UU at the base of Old Mission Peninsula in Traverse City every Sunday. I have attended 3 churches in Leelanau County, but really prefer to practice my religious beliefs in the privacy of my home. Their rabbi and minister are not Leelanau clergy with an established presence in Leelanau County. Hence, they would not be invited to participate in the prayer before board meetings. On the other hand, my 3 Leelanau Christian pastors would be eligible for the invitation. I join the sentiments of others that have spoken here before the board and other letters that were submitted, and I hope you read. The resolution to this problem is fairly simple. References to Leelanau clergy with an established presence in Leelanau County should be deleted from the resolution, and the following be added after paragraph 11. I submit that you should consider this addition and add, this policy recognizes that not all religious faiths of Leelanau residents conduct services in Leelanau County, such as, but not limited to, Jews, Unitarians, and Muslims. Hence, clergy outside of Leelanau County with congregants in Leelanau County shall be included and invited to offer prayer before the beginning of its board meetings. Congregant is defined as a person who is a member of a congregation. This amendment could save the county costly legal fees and is in line with the board's respect for the diversity of religious denominations and faiths represented and practiced among the citizens of Leelanau County. If such an amendment is not made, I urge a no vote on the current open prayer resolution. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, or good evening rather. I'm Holly Bird, Shaska Wasapoi, Nishnakaz, Ninki and Dodom, Traverse City and Donjaba, San Felipe, Pueblo, and Donjaba, and Grand Traverse Band of Ottawa and Chippewa Indians Community in Donjaba. I'm talking to you in the language of the original people here, in a respectful way. I'm introducing myself to you in our traditional way, as we would respectfully. And I'm here to address the prayer resolution that's being offered by this board. First of all, I want to point out that in 1978, the U.S. legislature passed the Indian Religious Freedom Act, which recognized that Native Americans in this country had religious freedoms and were considered to have their cultural practices, sacred ceremonies, and ceremonial rites, of which there's many, many different kinds, recognized as a religion. We don't have formalized religions necessarily. We do have some, but we have a huge amount of variation. We have a lot of diversity within our own populations. And even within this area, in this county alone, we have Native American people who celebrate different faiths. I know some that are Muslim. I know some that are Jewish. I know some that are Christian. I know some that are Catholic. And some like me who follow our traditional religion. I'm honored to carry a Pawaganque, which is our traditional sacred pipe that we use to pray for people. And we use that only by request and recognition of the community. When we do this, we have certain rituals that we listen to and that we have to bring forward. But make no mistake, it's a prayer. And it's about praying for people and for the good of everybody. Under the current resolution, I would not be able to bring that prayer here. I don't have an established congregation. I am not a certified clergy person. And in fact, most of the people who are Pawagan carriers are not. We do have a Native American church. We have a Kuwaiti church. Those would be more in line of maybe some of the clergies that you think of, but they only represent a very small portion of the faith of our people. The other part that's problematic is that when you ask for commissioners to bring forward requests, you might be bringing forth commissioners that don't have any idea of what other people might practice, what other faiths there might be. There isn't one Native American person on this commission. So despite having a sizable population here and being one of the largest employers in the area, we don't have representation here as far as our faith. I don't know who would come and ask somebody here or who would even know the protocol to ask one of our Pawagan carriers to come and make a prayer here, but I would wonder if that would be included. The other part of that is that when you make that request under your resolution, you give the discretion to the clerk as far as who makes it and who doesn't. That's asking somebody who is in the government to make a choice and have discretion over which religions count and which ones don't. That's actually a direct violation of our religious freedom. And so there are some problematic things here. In my culture, we've always said all creation stories are true for the people that follow them. We don't exclude people. We think that everybody's the same and under the same creator. We try to see the spirit and the good of everyone. And part of that is recognizing that everybody has their own path to creator or to God. And we try to have respect for that. So even within our own culture, we don't tell our members what they're supposed to believe. And we would never exclude them because they had a belief that was different from ours. Isn't that the whole meaning of prayer and faith? Is to love one another and to include one another as family and to include one another in our spirits and in our faiths and in our prayers as people under Creator. That's what I'm reaching out to you for, is to say, I'm here too. My people are here too. We're all people here under the stars and we all live here together. I would like to be included as well when we pray. I would include you in all of my prayers. And so with that, I would ask you to respectfully relook at this resolution as it's written. It does have some problems. And or the other suggestion, which is to simply allow for a...
Ma'am, your 5 minutes are up.
Okay, thank you. Just simply to ask for a moment of silence. So, Lee Welch, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And my condolences.
Okay, ma'am, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Celeste Crouch, and I live in Glen Arbor. And I apologize, I come in late to the meeting, so I don't know if this point has already been made about the prayer resolution. But I'm wondering if you have considered the pressure the lack of inclusivity puts on the ministers and priests you plan to invite to come to give a prayer. These are clergy, I think, will not like being invited to a board meeting, understanding that their religious brethren and the region are excluded, and yet they know that these ministers and priests do already give worship to people who live in the county and attend those religious events. And so I think that the notion of ecumenical is important here, and it seems to me that it's counterproductive to restrict the clergy just to the confines of Leelanau County, and that the people that you would invite are going to recognize that and feel additional stress to maybe decline your invitation just because you're so restricted. So I think that you should open it up, like people have suggested, make it more inclusive, and go from there, rather than creating such bad feeling among the community about people's individual faith. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Board of Commissioners. My name is Maureen Fletcher, and I live in Bingham Township. There are critical issues essential to the growth, health, and welfare of Leelanau County. They include anti-racism education, broadband internet service, a septic ordinance, kindness, and respect for peers and presenters. Commissioners Bunnick, Lautner, Rushton, and Robbins have made it a point to no longer discuss these critical issues and have tabled them. Why? The BOC must work for their constituents' best interests. The above BOC members' biases and self-serving actions consistently contradict their oath of office and commitment to serve the residents of Leelanau County. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Kim Hayes, and I'm a resident of Centerville Township.
Could you say that again? I couldn't.
My name is Kim Hayes. I'm a resident of of Cleveland Township, pardon me. And I also am a public servant in Cleveland Township. I own land, pay taxes, and love this county. I appreciate the work that you do. And I'm commenting tonight on agenda item number 12, the opening prayer guidelines. I am recommending you to not approve the policy as presented, policy regarding opening prayers before meetings of the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners. I have written comments, I've emailed them. I'm going to add a little bit to them, just saying that I think there was some really awesome comment already tonight that I hope that you're really taking very seriously. I appreciate that your job is to be very thoughtful and consider all diversity of our county residents. And, I trust that that was done in good faith. However, I think that you need to do some work still. So my letter states, the Board of Commissioners' responsibilities as posted on the Leelanau County website are listed to be: the Board of Commissioners of Leelanau County is a legislative body and discharges its duties as required by federal and state law. It is the function of the Board of Commissioners to set policy for the county, adopt and monitor an annual budget, equalize property tax assessments, set fees, contract for a yearly audit of all county funds, and implement the recommendations of its auditing firm to ensure the legal and efficient use of dollars. The Board of Commissioners appoints other boards and commissions, adopts ordinances, buys land for county use and sells county-owned property, and enters into contracts and agreements on behalf of Leelanau County. That's a lot. What this doesn't say is that you take a huge responsibility in these seats that you are sitting in to represent the full county. And when you are proposing a policy and attempting to be inclusive, that you take that seriously. I just do not believe that the policy as presented has taken that job seriously. I appreciate your efforts, and I would hope your intentions by the Board of Commissioners to draft a carefully worded policy to present one that is non-discriminatory, yet I do not believe you have done so. For this reason and others, I strongly urge you not to approve this draft policy. I think the process outlined for who would be eligible, who would be an eligible member of clergy, it's just not acceptable. It is discriminatory, and it appears to be written to focus on dominant religious orders only. By nature, it's discriminatory and not inclusive of our diverse Leelanau County. That is your job to represent those folks, even if they didn't vote for you. I am not supportive for the county clerk to spend valuable, publicly funded time on managing this policy as presented. The approach outlined as only a once per year for updating and verifying who shall be approved to represent a particular group is a burden for the clerk and beyond the role the clerk should serve. You heard that from another speaker tonight. It's really an important reflection, I think, that you need to take on that assignment. I just don't think that's acceptable. That part also appears to be discriminatory and non-inclusive. So I don't need to belabor the point. I think that you need to go back to work on this if you're going to adopt it at all. And I do think that, it's a very important thing to remember that the county is diverse, depending on the different walks of life that you all have, that, it may be hard to remember some of that and to even know some of that, but it is true, and that is your responsibility to represent all diversity in the county. And so I appreciate your efforts to do so, but really think you need to go back and continue. Thank you very much. Would you like the written comments handed to you?
Thank you. Thank you. Is there anyone else in the hallway? Please come forward.
Thank you.
Charles Knapp, Cleveland Township. Well, the anti-prayer people sure stacked the meeting tonight. I'll tell you right now what they're trying to do. They're trying to get you to include everybody in the world so you can't include anybody that dies. That's what they're doing. So don't give in. You have the invocation. People who don't like it can leave the room. They can sit quietly. They can do anything but stand up and chant it down, which I've seen Democrats do twice at Bergman Town Halls. Just stood up right in the middle and just, at one they shouted it down, the other they patriotically chanted the Pledge of Allegiance. Right there, all in the center section. One guy giving the communist clenched fist salute while he did it. That's what they'll probably try here if a stop isn't put to it. But don't give in. Don't give in. We're primarily Christian county. We don't need Zoroastrian. You can show me a Muslim congregation, show it to me. But inclusiveness, too much inclusiveness, destroys the whole idea. So anyway, that's what I have to say about that. Now about setting up a different Department of Human Resources. My understanding from last week was you were going to take it under advisement. Did I misunderstand that? Somebody? Anybody? Okay. That's what I thought we were going to do. I didn't think there was an actual vote in favor of it. Is that what happened here? Mm-hmm. Because
would we be moving people, just moving people out of the county clerk's office into the new department? Or hiring all new people, or both? How would this work? I'd like an answer to that one before I really made up my mind which way we ought to go on that.
This is time for public comment. We're really not supposed to, it's not back and forth.
Oh, okay, all righty. Well, that's what I would like to be clear on
This
that
is your turn.
before I made up my mind about that. If we're gonna just move people from one department to another, or do we have to hire a whole new staff? I'd like that made clear. Those are the only two things I really wanted to comment on. One is the unification, which clearly had the deck stack, and I'll bet if you go through it, Democrats will line a bunch of people up here and try to shut it down. That's what they'll do. The other is I'd like put into the minutes, or put it right to maybe my commissioner and ask what the proposal really was. To move people over or hire all new people and leave the county clerk staff the way it is. So, bet you're glad that was short and sweet.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Is there anyone else from the hallway still? Please come forward.
I'm Jill Wellman from Centerville Township. Surreptitious is defined as kept secret, especially because it would not be approved of. This seems to be the way that the resolution offered by Commissioner Robbins that reorganizes county government was brought forth. It was a last-minute addition to the agenda. Only the Republican members of the board seemed to be aware of it, and the county clerk was not informed, and in fact, it was done when she was out of town. It leads one to speculate what is behind this action. If it is such a good idea, why not offer it as a suggestion? Let it be debated in the meeting, discussed in media and among the public, and do a cost-benefit analysis. So because of this secretive action, it leads to speculation on what the underlying motives really are. It is doubtful that it saves money, since the cost of 2 new professional hires, as well as their staff, would undoubtedly cost more than the current system. Greater efficiency? According to all I've heard, there are no complaints with the current system, and in fact, the audits have been exemplary. So is it revenge against someone in current government? Or is there someone in mind already to take over these new positions who would be more likely to toe the line and follow orders? You may be offended by the fact that I'm questioning your motives, but it is your surreptitious actions that cause my suspicion. Had you presented this openly and as a consideration worthy of study, you might have had my support, but I can't but feel that your methods denote a less than positive motive. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Sure. And if you want to call in, the number's 231-256-8109. 231-256-8109.
Hi, my name is Tom Gutowski. I live in Elmwood Township. And I was planning on reading something, but I'd like to just make a couple of off-the-cuff remarks. One is, I think it would be just dandy if we could all learn to disagree with each other without demonizing each other. I just want to point out one very simple thing. I've heard a lot of people object to the resolution regarding prayer before the meetings. I agree with them, but I don't, unless I missed something, I didn't hear every word everybody said, but I didn't hear anybody object to prayer per se. I heard people say, let's broaden it to include everybody. So let's, even if you're on the other side of that, let's not mischaracterize it. People want this opened up so that you don't have to be a member of the Christian clergy to say a prayer. There are people of other faiths in this county, and I think it's perfectly reasonable to insist that this whole thing be put together in such a way that they have an opportunity also. Other than that, I just want to echo what a lot of people have said about the resolution that was taken that passed at the executive session. I was struck by the fact that all the people who voted, I think everybody who voted for the resolution to establish the 2 new departments, also said that Michelle Crocker does a great job, and I agree. So there's a contradiction in there, in that even if it makes sense to establish departments, sometime in the future, there didn't seem to be any need for it. It wasn't an emergency action. There isn't anything that anybody could point to that is really radically wrong right now that needs to be addressed very quickly. And in view of that, I didn't see the reason for the haste. And the other contradiction in there was that I haven't been to every one of these meetings. I don't follow this as closely as some people do. But it seems to me that the Republican members of the Board of Commissioners have been, basic claim to fame is not spending money, keep the taxes low, and watch every dime like a hawk. And therefore, it didn't make any sense to me that people who have that predilection, small government, low taxes, would vote against the resolution. There was a resolution introduced to study the matter. The Republican members all voted against that, which I would have voted for if I had been on the board. And then on supposedly almost zero notice, without any indication that there was an emergency, and with no analysis and no estimate of the cost, voted to spend an unknown amount of money to solve an unspecified problem that may or may not even exist. And analogous to the prayer thing, most of the people I have heard tonight come up here and talk about the departments aren't saying don't establish new departments, study it, do it professionally, do it the right way. If it meant, figure out what it's going to cost, discuss it, let the citizens of the county know about it, and make a decision as to whether it makes sense to spend that much money to perform these functions. And I guess I just have to add that I am somewhat suspicious as to whether this was discussed ahead of time. I was astonished that 4 people voted with what is, on the surface of it, no advance notice against studying the issue and moved directly to establishing the department. I don't get that, and I have to wonder what people were thinking. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the hallway who'd like to speak? Oh, please, come forward.
My name is Kathy Hardesfeld. I'm a former Leelanau County resident, currently Blair Township, Grand Rapids County. And I am a former employee of the Leelanau County. I served first as financial advisor and an assistant in senior services, and then as a deputy clerk in the clerk's office in accounting with duties in accounts payable, payroll, and human resources. I found my work and my training rewarding, and I gained invaluable knowledge and experience in those offices during my tenure. I also got to know many of you. I am also former treasurer to Suttons Bay Township, having served as an elected official and board member there for almost 20 years, as well as working on the fire and rescue as a board member. I have participated in and witnessed years of board meetings, both regular, executive, and budget hearings, committee meetings at both the township and county levels, and have a strong dislike for late additions to the agenda of any kind at any meeting. A late agenda item triggers a shoot from the hip response and tends to, rather than allowing the board members to have a thoughtful process to deliberate on a topic or an agenda item. I take issue that the late addition was even adopted to the agenda. It shouldn't have gotten that far. If it was worth its salt, it could be held off till a regular meeting and submitted as a regular agenda item on a timely manner with persuasive argument, pro and con, as to the benefits or the downfalls of establishing this reorganization tactic. I suspect this agenda item came as a complete surprise and blindside to some board members, and it certainly was to the county clerk and the administrator. Commissioner Robbins, you're new. I don't know you, and my condolences as well. I would hope that you gain a professional attitude and approach serving your constituents and the taxpayers of Leelanau County. and that perhaps the toughest lessons for newly elected people are learned in the first 6 months of their tenure. And that you use caution and discernment, as you could have been fed misinformation, and some may consider you as a newcomer to business and may take advantage of you to do their bidding, which I suspect has happened with regard to this issue. A late addition agenda item of this magnitude has shown to be disrespectful to the other board members who were unknowledgeable, the board administrator, the clerk, the public who had no knowledge, and the clerk's staff is shook as well, I'm sure. I know firsthand the more seasoned board members think highly of the county clerk and the work performed in that office. I have to say I'm stunned, disappointed, and confused by first the approval to add the late agenda item of this magnitude, and then to see the motion pass. Again, I am stunned, confused, and disappointed. I can only hope that the yes votes have that were cast last week have had time to rethink and maybe have a few sleepless nights and a sense of remorse over a rushed decision, and that you thought better of it in time. You have time to correct this. You can do so tonight. And if it has merit, put it on the agenda for a thoughtful deliberation. You have this opportunity. And reorganizing and restructuring non-statutory duties is certainly your prerogative, but only after consideration and study, investigation in a professional manner, including and showing respect to the clerk, her office, the county administrator, those involved. And I'm quite sure that they have earned and deserve to have your respect as you listen to their input and be included in the process, as you have relied and leaned on their expertise and historical intellect for decades. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. If there's, please.
My name is Linda Mikowski from Bingham Township. I'm here to speak to you about the Lake Preservation Board that you approved. I want you first to realize that I do agree with their plan to clean up what I consider a gem of this county, our Lake Leelanau. I am a riparian, and I don't want to see our lake destroyed by this weed. But I've heard this phrase several times tonight: what's the hurry? From what I noticed, this would be the third meeting. The association sent out cards. They said, on the card it says they have 425 member households. There are over 1,600 riparians in Leelanau County. Now with this card, if they think it represents people supporting the way that they want the riparians to pay for this cleanup, and there's an unknown amount of time and money, and there's just so many unknowns. And if the 425 comes off their mailing list and they believe that they have that support, I'm here to tell you there's 424. I do not support the way they're doing this. And I'm not happy with your support of the way this is done, or being, the way they want to do it. I'm surprised, and I hope that you realize that some of the people on that board are not riparians. To me, that's taxation without representation. And here is a very small group of people saying, with your approval, we're going to tax you. We don't know how much and we don't know how long. I think that we need to table this, and I think we need to have a public hearing There are a lot of riparians that aren't here yet. They go away for the winter and just drive around the county. There's a lot of cottages that aren't open yet. And I think they need to have a voice and to be heard. So I think you should listen to what other people have said. What's the hurry? Let's do a study. Let's find out where there's money, if there's money. What is the DEQ doing? Because it's going to be in all of our inland lakes. The boats move from lake to lake. And so please reconsider and let's all work to save our lake, our gem. Thank you. And I do appreciate what you do.
Thank you. Is there someone else in the hallway? Send them in, would you?
Steve? Steve.
You're looking at a montage that's 32 years old. I've sent all of you documents, Steve Mikowski. I've sent you all documents in an email. You have all the information. And it's 4 pages. And I'm asking you to re-look at this whole issue of a recycling site at Provemont Pond Nature Area. All the information is included in my final statement, and that was, we respectfully request both township and county boards to rescind any and all documents that acted to promote, propose, approve the cost of construction of a dirty recycling facility for the Leland Village people 4.5 miles away from the village, on top of the dump at the Provemont Pond Nature Area, which is caving in. And further, to expand all effort necessary. There seems to be a big secret. There's a potential for the site to be located in Leland yet. But it's a big secret. We don't want to talk about it because we're hell-bent for leather to do it at the Provemont Pond Nature Area. Of the 100 acres, nearly 40% of it's already destroyed by county and township actions. And even the MDEQ is not aware because the Leland Township plan, Parks and Recreation plan, does not mention how much of the 100 acres has been commercialized and used for business purposes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. If there's anyone else who wants to call in, the number is 231-256-8109. 231-256-8109. Is there anyone else here? Please come forward, sir.
Good evening. I'm Keith Ashley, Leeland Township. At the last Board of Commission meeting, Commissioner Lautner made the statement that she felt the anti-prayer messages were orchestrated. And yes, Commissioner, many of the anti and pro-prayer messages received were orchestrated. It's called petitioning your elected officials. Whether it's a signed petition or a host of letters favoring a position, both are legal, accepted forms of letting the elected body know what the governed people are thinking. So rather than demean, discredit, or ignore this means of communication, look at it as what it is. Citizens are concerned about introducing a needless prayer into this forum, even if you aren't. The matter of public offering of a prayer to someone's God may seem like an innocent effort to seek guidance, as it was explained at the last Board of Commission meetings. It might actually be part of a nationwide pluralism project. This is an effort by religious people to introduce their God into public and political affairs. It is not without meeting resistance, nor free of abuse and legal action. Further, I think it's arrogant to request guidance from your chosen God in such a showy fashion to indulge your fantasy of a need for guidance when this same God is perhaps busy trying to keep up with the billions of prayers offered daily by anguished parents for help for their dying children in hospitals in war-torn countries, to say nothing of the millions of prayers for winning the lottery. In the Bible, Matthew 6, verses 5 through 8, he perhaps states it best. For your Father knows the things you have need of before you ask him. It would thus be better that you spend your 2 minutes of prayer mulling over how you can function with an open mind to the suggestions of your 3 fellow commissioners who happen to belong to a different political party than yourselves. By limiting your invite for prayers to only 33 county Christian churches, representing 42% of the county citizens who express a religious preference, you've already created a bias against the 58% who perhaps have other beliefs. Your rules for offering a prayer do not have any safeguards against proselytizing nor penalties for doing so. Any mention of Christ or Jesus will be seen as proselytizing. The Bible demands that his name be used in prayer, so be alert. So the burning questions for me are, 1, is there an underlying motive for adopting this moment of prayer? Is there any provable, tangible benefit to the 4 commissioners who favor this that can't be gotten otherwise by your praying in private? Is the county willing to expose itself to the risk of a lawsuit for providing a public venue and time for a minister's purpose of proselytizing if that should occur? Is it appropriate to have county employees being paid to sit here and listen to prayers, and that may be contrary to their beliefs? And why is the majority of the Board of Commissioners favoring the minority position of the county citizens, 42%, expressing a religious preference? It appears to me this plan brings nothing but grief to the Board of Commission table. I urge you to decide against this needless proposition. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other comment? Is there anyone out in the hall? Please come forward.
Good evening. John Hunter, Bingham Township, District 2. I'd like to address the creation of the 2 new departments, Human Resources and Financial Management. So many questions, so little time, and I'm sure too few answers. Let's start with some easy to find quotes from our Republican commissioners in the last election cycle. Commissioner Robbins, county government needs to first look at diverse perspectives, priorities, and goals of all residents. A thorough financial review of current county expenditures needs to be completed. Well, I'm wondering how that worked out. Commissioner Rustin, county government operational needs increase annually. As government programming grows, the burden of support falls to the property owners alone. I'm wondering if that's a typo. Maybe she meant government programs as opposed to programming. Commissioner Bunnick, Leelanau County currently has the highest cost of living in Michigan. How will adding more taxes make it economically feasible for families with children to live here? And Commissioner Lautner, I always have the taxpayer in mind when considering all county issues. Well, the common theme here seems to be lower taxes, smaller government, and less public service. I'm wondering how the winds shifted so quickly. Spending a few minutes on a Google machine, I noticed that the state of Michigan has fewer than 33 counties that have a dedicated human resources director. And a number of those holding that position also work as health and human services officials, 2 entirely different fields. I guess the other 50 counties are the Mayberry type. Out of the 4 Republican commissioners, only 2 deemed it worthwhile to submit any type of goal for 2021. And nowhere was the mention of a reorganization of county operations listed. Not a single word has been said about how this realignment will be paid for. Maybe your plan is to siphon monies from voter-approved millages that you personally disagree with. Well, that could be viewed as just another voter suppression tactic. Maybe your plan is to hire some novice family member with a new degree. hoping they'll learn and grow into the job while working comparatively cheap. It appears that no major cost reduction synergy through job consolidation, as this work is already being addressed in a timely and impartial manner by the current clerk and the administrator within accepted budget guidelines. If the board sees fit to move forward with these new government jobs, then I suggest you spare no expense in your search. Only those having advanced degrees, professional degrees in human resource management and best accounting practices should be considered for these two newly critical positions now facing Leelanau County. Compensation packages, possible relocation allowances, performance bonuses, a separate work contract, because these could not be elected jobs, plus the entire suite of benefits will come into play and will be expensive, as will the staff, office space, and technology infrastructure that will also need to be provided. And I'm sure that every commissioner here wants only the very best for our county workers and our county taxpayers, and only the most highly educated, trained, and experienced candidates from across the state or the nation should be hired. Ultimately, any new growth in county government employment by hiring these two high-level, highly paid czars will be dependent on raising additional tax revenues from somewhere. Without the checks and balances any experienced professional brings to the table, mistakes, malfeasance, and misappropriation can and will occur. This can lead to lawsuits, liabilities, and/or penalties having to be settled in or out of the courts to the detriment of Leelanau County and its residents. Or you could just accept the fact that nothing's broke, so therefore nothing needs to be fixed. The choice is yours.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Is there anyone from the hall? Please. Okay.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is John Fletcher, Leelanau Township. The BOC approved the COVID-19 plan aimed at protecting the health of county employees and guests over a year ago. Commissioners Bunnick, Rushton, and Lautner never adhered to the March 2020 COVID-19 mandate. It required them to wear a mask during BOC meetings. We want these commissioners to understand that the people we love and cherish will continue to die at alarming rates unless we work together to end the pandemic. This means continuing to wear masks and social distancing. Commissioners Bunnick, Rushton, and Lautner have repeatedly negated science and denied facts. They persisted with citing their personal biases and misinformation. They have challenged COVID-19 as a threat to our health and theirs. The commissioners must stop spewing ignorance and misinformation. Their actions continue to demean experts in public health, including that of our local health department. The long-term use of the BOC platform for their personal agendas is an abuse of the public trust. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Thank you. Then I think we'll move on with our agenda.
Mr. Chairman, we have a long agenda. I'd like to take a 5-minute break.
Okay, that sounds good. 8:30? We'll be back at 8:30.
This chef is going over lunch.
A snack.
Please unmute.
Call us back to order. Are you okay? Call us back to order. You ready, Michelle?
Yes, I am. I'm back recording anytime.
Thank you. So then we're at communications, proclamations, and presentations. We have
One very quick one, and we have a new member of our law enforcement staff, and he's actually from Europe, from Poland.
Yes.
And so the sheriff was actually introduced our new member.
First of all, this is our new K-9 team, Corporal Ryan Lott and Klaus. Klaus got his name from Ryan's wife, who's German, and he is from Poland. He was raised at kennels and trained there, and then we have a contract with a company downstate, Morgan Kennels, and they do a very good job preparing these dogs. He's extremely intelligent. He's a go, go, go type dog. He can find children with Asperger's or autism by just smelling one of their socks or shoes. He can find older people with dementia or Alzheimer's. He can find criminals in the terrible situation where we have a situation, a school or an apartment complex or house. We can send him in to neutralize the person instead of a deputy who could, be injured severely. So they're extremely valuable. We consider him one of our deputies. He was paid for by a local family who love dogs. The individual from that family organized this. He has passed away since. This dog will find heroin, methamphetamine, fentanyl, carfentanil. He is not marijuana trained. He's trained for the harder substances, the addictive substances. He can go through schools. He's a very loving dog. He's very approachable, but we'd ask if you ever see a dog like that, ask the handler, maybe pet your dog, and you always offer a hand first, Gus. Boy, you smell Gemma at home? Huh? They smell like Gemma? We have a girl dog. So I just gonna not go into a lot of detail with that, but Ryan joined us a few years ago. Ryan grew up right here in Suns Bay, local athlete, Suns Bay School, known his family a long time. He was interested in law enforcement, and the war broke out in Iraq. Ryan joined the Marine Corps, served 2 tours in the Marine Corps over in Iraq. Was in our Christmas newsletters, we sent prayers and pictures of him over there. Came back to the States and worked at Alaska State Police as a AST or Alaska State Trooper. How many of you have seen the Alaska State Trooper show on TV? Ryan's been on it before. Ryan and his wife have 4 children, 5th on the way, I believe. We're getting there. So Ryan's in a situation where he wanted to come back home, his wife wanted to come home, so they wanted to get back to the area. He was a great hire for us because of his background and training, so we welcomed to our agency. We recently had tryouts when Greg Horncole, Nico, retired Nico, so then we pick a new dog handler. So he's basically committing somewhere between 8 and 10 years of his life. This dog is with him 24/7 at his house, in his car, on vacation, and it's a really good thing. So in general, Ryan, would you like to say anything about Klaus? Or?
Like the sheriff said, Klaus, got him from Mid-Michigan Police K-9 in Rapids. He's from Poland. He's 2 years old. He's trained in narcotics, like the sheriff said, not marijuana. And he's trained to track people, whether it's a lost child or someone that's a bank robbery suspect. You can also, from article searches, you can find evidence that people throw in the woods. You can sniff that out. It's got human odor on it. That's how he detects folks as well. He's trained to follow spoor. The gas that gives off when you move your lawn, you can smell that cut grass. Well, these dogs can smell that same intensity of smell if you just step on grass. And that's how they track people. So he's an amazing, smart dog. He's very social, and he's a great asset.
We take him in and out of the schools,
and the relationship we have with our schools. We support the teachers, the administration, we support the kids. We want the dogs to be in the school because if there's any harm coming towards those kids, the dog's an asset. If there's someone selling methamphetamine in the school, we need to know about it. This dog, well, you see him searching all over now looking for something to do. He's not political like us, sit around, talk for hours. He wants to get to work. But this dog can go into school, and if he finds methamphetamine, you know, fentanyl, carfentanil, right? That's what basically people are dying overdoses with. This dog will move around, find it, and sit right there. Doesn't make a sound, he sits right there, and then Ryan's trained to, and the dog's trained to alert that, so then we give the school officials to this. So it's really interesting. Last thing I'll leave you with, these are the names. When you start arguing with each other, whether you're independent, Democrat, Republican, personal, you like this one, you don't, Michigan State, please be kind to each other. I ask you that, please be kind to each other. Try to figure things out. These are names of 362 people from the United States lost their lives serving in law enforcement last year. 11 from Michigan right here. Names and faces. I know 3 of them personally, including the sheriff of Wayne County. So please understand, and if you ever want to see something like this, you get online. Seeing the number of names and faces is absolutely incredible on here. And I hear a lot of people arguing back and forth, but last week was Police Memorial Week. It ends on Memorial Day weekend, and it's very stressful for officers out there. You hear about defunding police, and we don't need police, and police are bad, this and that. There are over 1 million contacts per day with police and citizens of the United States. Now, over 1 million of interactions per day. And every now and then, something bad happens. It can be a bad teacher, a bad doctor, a bad cop, a bad truck driver. Something bad happens. Please understand that, and I'm preaching choir, but please understand we have a hard job mission. So I just want to take a minute to introduce Klaus, to introduce Ryan Lott, and just hopefully in your minds and your hearts, you have your own form of prayer for those who gave their lives. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Was there anything else? No. Then that brings us to our action item. Mr. Rushton.
I would move to approve the resolution for the assignment and assumption agreement between the County of Leelanau and the Northwest Regional Airport Authority as presented.
All those in favor say aye. Oh, no, I'm sorry, this is a roll call.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. This is a resolution, it has to be a roll call vote.
Commissioner Rushton,
Yes.
Commissioner Soliswittle,
Yes.
Commissioner Wessel,
Yes.
Commissioner Allgaier,
Yes.
Chairman Bonick,
Yes.
Commissioner Lautner,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbins,
Yes.
7-0.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Rushton.
I would move to approve the resolution authorizing the Northwestern Regional Airport Commission to acquire 723 Dual Road, Traverse City, Michigan, as presented.
Support.
Again, this will be a roll call vote.
Commissioner Rushton,
Yes.
Commissioner Soliswittle,
Yes.
Commissioner Wessel,
Yes.
Commissioner Allgaier,
Yes.
Chairman Bonick,
Yes.
Commissioner Lautner,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbins,
Yes.
7-0.
Thank you. Commissioner Rushton.
I would move to approve the resolution presented by 13th Circuit Court Community Corrections for the grant application to the grant application to the MDOC for fiscal year 2022 as presented.
Support. Again, this will be a roll call.
And that was seconded by Wessel, correct?
Commissioner Wessel, yes.
Commissioner Rushton,
Yes.
Commissioner Soliswittle,
Yes.
Commissioner Wessel,
Yes.
Commissioner Allgaier,
Yes.
Chairman Bonick,
Yes.
Commissioner Lautner,
Yeah.
Commissioner Robbins,
Yes.
7-0.
Thank you. And then this will bring us to number 3, which is the Lake Leelanau Preservation Board request.
Would you like to give an update?
Yes, I mean, we've had I would say a challenge to it. Why don't you just?
Yeah. At last week's meeting, we had lengthy dialogue about the option of starting a Lake Leelanau Preservation Board. As you know, we were overwhelmed with emails on this topic on both sides of the issue. At that meeting last Tuesday, the board moved it forward to this week, but also suggested various modifications in the proposed language. Those were sent to legal counsels, those were incorporated and sent out to all of you last Thursday to Friday. Yesterday afternoon, a local group of property owners on Lake Leelanau retained legal counsel. And that gentleman wrote a letter to our legal counsel yesterday evening with their concerns over the resolutions and whether some of the modifications are legal, whether the county board has authority to make some of those modifications. I won't go into the specifics because you all have a copy of this letter. Based on that written correspondence, our legal counsel had a dialogue with the attorney hired by the people opposed to this morning, and he obviously needs more time to respond, and he will be drafting a legal opinion to all of you on this topic. I had a lengthy discussion this morning with our legal counsel, and then Mr. Buddick and I discussed it also. At this point, it's the recommendation of Mr. Buddick, myself, and our legal counsel, and we postpone any dialogue on the formation of a board until next month. So I'm recommending we just table this until next month.
Table or postpone. Oh, so sorry.
I would move to postpone the Lake Board request for a resolution to create until further notice from our attorney.
Support.
I think when we table, we have to set some kind
I
of
didn't
date.
table, I
Yeah.
postponed.
Oh, you postponed it, okay, till further notice. All right.
Till further
Is there any other future statements about it? So, all those in favor, please raise your, or say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign. The motion passes 7-0. So this will be postponed till further notice. All right, and that will bring us then to the Park and Recreation, the Miles Kimberly Park Trail. Mr. Wessel.
Yes, I move to accept the bid from Wildland and Wetland Solutions for the trail debris cleanup at Miles Kimberly Park in an amount not to exceed $46,800 with funds to come from account ending in .801.101.
All right.
Commissioner Rogers.
I have a question for the clerk. I kind of asked this question last week and was told that during that conversation last week that Parks and Rec had balanced forward. And I asked for a clarification on that because during budget time, I do believe that you presented to the board that funds do not go from year to year. And so it was stated that they would use those funds that were forwarded. So it's either a miscommunication to the board or I'm confused on this.
Yes.
Departments contained within the general fund, their money that remains unspent from year to year does not roll specifically into their account. Specifically, county clerk underspends, it rolls back to the general fund balance, just as Miles Kimberly Park would run back, different than like the law library or the child care fund where underspending stays within those.
Correct.
So the past several years, it's been the position between the Parks and Rec and the board with discussion that they are underspending and in their mind putting away, but there is not a designated fund. So when it does roll back, it rolls to the fund balance. And if there's going to be an amendment to this for the 46,000, the funds will come from the county funds, general fund balance. But it's not earmarked necessarily, but that seems to be an understanding. But it does not roll back specifically for that.
So it's general fund dollars that's going to go to
It's
pay for
general
this.
fund balance, not out of contingency, the way this was phrased and what I understand from what I heard.
Okay.
Is
Mr. Chair?
that?
I failed to include that statement from, would come from funds from that account I listed and funds to come from fund balance forward, which is the motion that we agreed to last week.
Is that okay with the second? So does that
So it will be as written from last week with the expenditure out of the general fund, out of the parks, or Miles Kimmerer Parks and Rec, plus we will do the transfer from fund balance. We purposely, not knowing if this would pass tonight, did not prepare that for tonight. We can proceed and we will bring that to you in June, that transfer.
Now, that, the balance that they were, that was understood to be set aside into the general fund was for a grant for Veronica Valley. So, this is now, they're using that money that they were setting aside for a grant, basically, is my understanding.
But in that is a discussion during budget time that you're gonna wanna have, because it's been quite a lively discussion the last few years, is budgeting and then underspending a known dollar amount to save for this, because I think it was, if I recall, about $10,000 a year over 5 years is what they were looking to underspend. So it is a discussion that you've had, and I'm sure you'll probably have it again.
Well, you kind of made my point, because we were under the assumption that these dollars would be set aside for a specific grant. Then they go back to general fund, and now all of a sudden, we get this request for $48,000, and they're telling us they're spending, their savings account more or less for a different project, which I don't support this.
Just, if I can just further expand on that, just so we're clear, it's not a specific savings account for them. It is into the general fund balance, because we need that money to balance our general fund. So it can be used by anyone, but that's just the trend that this particular department.
Right, but the problem with that is it sets precedent. So if we've got one department that is able to bank dollars in the general fund, what stops any other department from saying, hey, look, so I think we're off track here on this.
Any other comments? Commissioner Law?
I don't disagree when you look at this in black and white as a precedent setting, a dangerous precedent setting way to go about paying for this. I guess, as I said last month, the problem that we've got, and I guess the reason I'm going to support it is coming out of our fund balance, and I understand that. Even though we did turn dollars in, we're not entitled to have those dollars back, we being Parks and Rec. However, we do own these woods, and we've got to get them cleaned up somehow. So, it's a, I guess I appreciate accounting coming up with this way of getting this done in this year, because as I understand it, it's a dangerous situation up there in the woods with everyone out there in the woods doing their various things. So if it works, if we can get the woods cleaned up, that would be a good thing. We do own the woods, whereas with other departments, sometimes it's something different that we can't really control, so.
Is all the money gonna come out of the general fund from the one from, it seems like it to me, nothing's coming out of the budget from Park and Rec at this time for this project, is that correct?
I thought there was some coming from Parks and Rec.
We can review that before next month, if you're gonna proceed with it. If you're gonna proceed with this, we certainly are happy to review it, and we've been talking to Parks and Rec quite a bit.
For some reason, 36,000 sticks in my head, so 36,000.
Well, no, that's not what the motion says, though.
What is this in?
Casey's. Yes, go ahead, Casey.
It's my understanding that it's approximately $9,800 that will be coming out of Parks and Rec actual budget.
I'm sorry, did you say $9,800?
$9,800.
It was coming out of Parks budget.
Yes.
So the motion doesn't state that.
Well, I think it says out of both, so is 801-101 is parks and funds to come from fund balance forward.
Okay, so there's going to be a transfer from general fund to parks.
Correct, from the fund balance to the general fund, and it may not be, if it is 9,800 that they talked about, and I'll go back and look at those minutes, and it would just be the difference that we would take to fund balance. And, you know, if you change your mind or something, when we bring that forward next month, you certainly could. And we'll look at that budget to see what they put in their capital outlay and their expenditures, and talk with Casey to see what is and what isn't going to be done, if that helps.
I did also mention to Parks and Rec, the reason that we have capital improvement plan and a budget is for just this reason, so we can circumvent situations like this when they require an unforeseen expense, or they knew they had the problem, but, you know, didn't present it to the board during budget time, so.
Any other questions? Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed,
Aye.
motion passes 6-1. Thank you for that. So that brings us to Veronica Valley Park Pond fish stocking. Commissioner Wesson.
Yes, I move that we waive the policy on bid requirements and approve the purchase of fish for Veronica Valley Pond in an amount not to exceed $4,292.50 for funds to come from account ending in .727.000.
Support.
Would you ask the clerk what fund that's from?
You know which fund is that from? Is that from Park and Rec?
Yes.
Parks and Rec.
I was told that the fish derby day, kids fish day has been canceled this year.
Yeah. Is Dave Barron's on here?
Yes, he's there.
Okay, I'm gonna let Dave speak first, if that's all right.
Sorry, I just got my microphone turned back on. Yes, the fishing committee of the Leelanau Lake Association recently voted to not hold this year's fishing day, principally for three reasons. Principally because the three of main sponsors, the Lake Association, the DNR, and the tribe, all strongly expressed their opinion that they were not going to participate, were not going to support, and with the tribe and the DNR, not participate in any group gathering event. So with that lack of support, the committee caught in a position of trying to raise more money for an event that might not happen, make a decision to, well, maybe start it first week of June, get it done in 2 weeks or something. And they just realized that none of those options was going to work at all. They did vote to pay their share of what the Parks and Rec Commission and the Fishing Committee had already agreed to in terms of their contribution to the fish purchase, because of their belief in the value of that fishing opportunity for whole families at Veronica Park. So they voted to not hold this year's event, but they voted to contribute their expenditure for the fish purchase.
Commissioner Rushton.
When did the Parks Board know that Kids Fish Day was going to be canceled?
Well, that decision was made a week ago, last Friday.
Okay, so my question to you is, last week, when you were before the board, you failed to inform the board that it was canceled, knowing full well it was canceled.
No,
Is that a correct statement?
I did not know that it was canceled at that point.
You said a week ago Friday.
Well,
Yeah, last Friday?
The meeting was.
Yeah, Casey did.
Was
Tuesday.
Go ahead.
Casey did not know about that. Steve Christensen knew about it at the time of last Tuesday's executive meeting, but a question never came up on that. There were other questions, and the Miles Kimberly discussion had been quite extensive. That was simply slipped by.
And I do believe last year we had the same discussion. This board went ahead and approved the fish for the pond last year, but I do believe that there was conversation about this year. And when you look at $4,000 or $5,000 every year to put fish in a pond that don't survive, quite frankly, we're looking at pretty close to $10,000 in the last 2 years for fish that got put in a pond that don't survive year round. Here again, I will not support this today.
The fishing opportunity at Veronica Valley Park is absolutely unique. It's unique for families with a mixture of children, those who may be interested in fishing, those who may not be. It doesn't require a boat. It's fishing that's available to disabled folks, and it's heavily used. It's a fantastic resource that this county park offers the residents of this county.
Commissioner Wetzel.
Dave said it better than I could. That was what I was going to say.
Commissioner Alguy.
And I was just also going to say, I understand that fishing is available all summer long for many, many, many of our residents. So just the fact that we don't have the one fish day should not mean we don't provide for people for the whole summer.
Yeah, but you know, I get all that, but the fish is stocked for the pond for the purpose of Kids Fish Day. Otherwise, why aren't we stocking all the ponds out there or stocking the lakes or whatever? This was created to support Kids Fish Day.
Commissioner Watt.
Again, I don't disagree. I guess I'm very disappointed because Kids Fish Day is so unique. We went ahead and stocked last year, expecting that we would have Kids Fish Day this year. So I'm just extremely disappointed that it's not going to happen, because there are some parents that know how to fish, they know how to teach their kids to fish, and they will take their kids fishing. Same said for some grandparents, some uncles, etc. But there are a lot who do not. So that's what's so unique about Kids Fish Day. No one has to know anything. You can bring your grandchildren and someone else sets them up with the poles and the bait, and kids can catch a fish. It's so unique. So that's the experience that I'm looking for. So I have a real problem too with the stocking the ponds for a second year. We run into a number of potential problems. One being that we're going to lose the interest in Kids Fish Day by missing too many years in a row, as we are a lot of other events. That is a real problem for me. And number two is, if we don't stock the ponds, will we lose our relationship with Lagos Fish Farm? And that's a concern for me too, because it's been such a great partnership. So I'm really torn on this. I guess I just wanted to state my disappointment. I did not know it was canceled until just now. If I got an email, I have to apologize. I had this brand new iPad that didn't download emails to me until this afternoon. So it may be in there. And so that's all. I'm extremely disappointed that they're not going to hold it. We have till the end of June to get it together, and it's just such a wonderful event. Stocking the fish ponds for anyone to come fish is just not the same.
Commissioner Sotomayor.
I appreciate Mr. Barron, your comment about this is heavily used by a lot of families, and that it is very family-friendly in terms of lacking barriers, so, you know, members who may have need assistive devices and things like this can readily join in and fish with their families. So that's something that I wasn't aware how much it was used. So even though we don't have the special thing, which is a lot of fun, I've been out there before too, not fishing, but just watching. But I think it merits going ahead just based on the fact that, you know, many lakes you can't have easy access to. So thank you for bringing that up. That makes a big difference to me in terms of how I look at it.
Well, and one thing I know about it is that there is no fishing license required to fish there. And that's a wonderful asset, so people don't have to worry about buying a fishing license, you know, for the adults who are accompanying the youth. And so it does encourage lots of people. I'm just wondering, do we have to buy the full amount? Because I think if we stocked it, because I think some do live through the winter. And if we put 4,000 and only didn't have fish, you know, kids fishing day, do we have to put that many in again? Are we overstocking it?
Well,
go ahead, Dave.
The numbers have always come really from the planning that committee. Keep in mind that Parks and Rec is not involved in the organization of the event itself. Our connection is in providing, obviously, the ponds, but the plan of how many fish and where exactly which ponds we put them in, et cetera, is all part of the plan that comes from the DNR fisheries expert, Heather Hedinger, who's worked with the committee for some time. The plan is for 2,500 fish in the main kids fishing pond and 1,000 fish roughly split between the two back ponds, probably 200 in the small long pond and 800 in the bigger long pond. Those ponds are also used substantially. I put in a lot of time walking in the park, hiking in the park. Those ponds, even in the back, even without stocking in the ponds last year, are used steadily by just general citizens enjoying a county park and fishing. From the very beginning of my tenure on the Parks and Rec Commission, it has always been stated, it's always been the expression of Parks and Rec in the discussion that we understood the value of this investment in fish, in stocking these ponds, was not just for fish day, not just for the kids' fish day, but for the enjoyment of county residents throughout the season, throughout the year. And next to hiking, it's the second largest, most continuous use of Veronica Valley Park.
Right, but I don't think you answered my question, and maybe you don't know the answer, and that's okay. I just thought when 2 years in a row without kids' fish day, we're putting just as many in, are we overstocking the pond? That was the question.
Will,
Yeah.
I took my son there towards the tail end of summer last year, and there was not much left in the pond to be caught. There's some small carryover, probably born in that pond fish, but there was very little left in that pond at the end of summer.
Commissioner Rushing.
Do we have a contract with a company that provides the fish?
Yes.
Well,
Well, yeah, go ahead. Yes.
Go ahead. Commissioner Walker.
it is a contract we enter into with them every year, but it's not a long-standing contract. Like we don't have a 10-year contract or a 5-year contract with them.
So what you're saying is the contract comes after the request?
It's I don't know if it's a contract, even it's just a purchase agreement for the fish, but it's done yearly.
Mm-hmm.
The relationship is with the company.
Yeah, there is no contract.
Right.
It's a purchase agreement.
Purchase agreement.
All right, any other questions? All those in favor, say aye. All those opposed,
Aye.
same sign. Motion passes 6-1. Thank you.
You voted no.
Commissioner Ross.
Okay,
Building and Grounds Committee recommendation, Broderick Valley Park Bench. Commissioner Locke.
I would move to approve the bench and plaque donation with the size of the bench, sizes of brass plaque, and final wording of the plaque, and the location of the bench that was approved by Buildings and Grounds Committee be placed by June 2021.
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. And that brings us to the two county departments, Human Resources and Finances. Commissioner Ross.
I move to recommend to Leelanau County Board of Commissioners to create an independent HR Human Resources Department allowing operations to commence on or before January 1st, 2022, accountable to the Board of Commissioners or its representative, and to create an independent finance department and hire a director for the position, allowing for operations to commence on or before January 1st, 2022, accountable to the Board of Commissioners or to its representatives, with a timeline to include start date no later than January 1st, 2022, job descriptions, requirements, salary range, candidate search, vetting process, and Board of Commissioners interviews, hire and contract language to include a probationary period, training and acclimation period, building, planning, and logistics.
Second.
Any comments? Commissioner Wesson.
Well, I have the same concerns I said last week, so I won't restate all of those, but I've never heard of us creating positions without studying and considering. And so I hope that we might talk about an option that would allow us to explore, but not necessarily create and put in place.
Would that be an amendment?
I would make that amendment.
I would second.
Commissioner Somerville.
We have had so much in terms of communication on this from the public. And I think Mr. Ashley said it best. This wasn't organized. These are people saying how they feel about it. And as I wrote in my email to everybody, or was distributed to everybody, this address to our chairman and to our county administrator, there is no quantifiable, objective data on why we are doing this. This should be done at budget time. It should be studied in depth. This is a major thing that is going to cost the taxpayers a lot of money. And there's no identification, as always is raised. Tony Ansardi, if he were here, would say, where is the money coming from? And you are in Tony Ansardi's seat, Commissioner Robbins. I cannot believe we are moving forward with this. I mean, at least exploring gives us a little time, but not with the timeline that's in there. So I'm wondering if that amendment couldn't also include an amendment on the, in addition to address the timeline on your amendment. That it not be taken effect January of 2022.
That would be, if you wanted to make that as a second amendment, you could.
Okay, I will do that in a moment. But I encourage, Commissioner Robbins, I encourage you to heed what Kathy had said And that is, there is a process for how this is done, and this isn't how the process goes. In 6 years of being here, I've not seen it done this way. Study, a SWOT study, any kind of an analysis is essential before you move into something like this. And I am amazed that you didn't alter your recommendation, your motion, to reflect having heard what everybody is saying and what your board members are saying to you also. You are new, and there's a lot of grace given for new people. I know I was there too. And, but it's time to do this the right way. So my amendment, or do we have to vote on the other one first?
No. No, we would take them in order as they are presented.
Okay. Is, you've changed the word to explore. That based on exploration and discussion, I'm not sure how to word this. Give me just a moment here. That discussion be held with our county administrator and our county clerk as to what they feel are the strengths, the weaknesses, the opportunities, and that this be brought back to the board, and that no time frame be placed on this until this has been thoroughly researched and agreed to by the Board of Commissioners.
And that's an amendment?
That's a long amendment.
Yes.
Okay.
And I
just want to be clear on that.
Did you second it? No. Commissioner Watt.
Go ahead. Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I am new at this. I wanted to, so help me out here, I wanted to amend this amendment that I had here, or this motion. And I'm not sure how, I'm supposed to present it.
Maybe clarify something. Sure. You could start from the beginning and modify it, but however, as your only employee, I have to tell you, there's some technical challenges with your motion, because I am the only employee that reports to the board. The board, if it passes, and I know you're brand new, so I know this, but if it passes, the board will not be involved with the interview of the process. I would think you'd want those people to report to the county administrator. By board, by your own policies, I am the only employee that you supervise. Also, we do not offer contracts to employees. I am the only one that has a contract. So if you choose to create these positions, just want to make it clear, the board will not be involved with the interview process. They would not be involved with selection. They would, the successful candidates would not get a contract. We have board policies in place, and they would report to the administrator, unless the board wants to completely change its whole structure.
Mr. Robbins.
Okay, I've had some time to think about it for a week. So I'm just throwing this out here, the way I would like to see it would be that we go with explore/establish, but we're going to explore with a deadline of August 31st of 2021 with the Finance Committee. And we establish this with those recommendations by January 1st, 2022.
So, Commissioner Wells.
I reached out to the chair 4 or 5 times to try to get information. We didn't have any information. I asked the county administrator to put together a cost estimate. It's the first time we talked about money after this board approved this. I think we need to back way off. And we don't really even need a motion because we have a budget process scheduled. And the budget process starts in July, and we look at staffing needs and staffing levels and staffing priorities and county priorities. I don't like the I was going to say I'll withdraw my amendment if you had an amendment, but you still have established in there, and we're not ready to say established because we haven't studied it. We haven't looked at all of the data. So I think it's problematic.
Commissioner Weston.
I'm a little confused on the process here tonight. I'm not sure if Commissioner Robbins withdrew his original motion for a change. And I'm not following.
I think you got it, because I was gonna ask the same question.
Right, so there's been no clarification here.
Let me try to clarify.
Okay, great.
Commissioner Sotis Little has an amendment to eliminate the dates and allow it to be looked at. And to Commissioner Robbins' motion. Then if that would pass, then we would have no date on it. Then we would go to the second amendment, which would be to explore, to establish. I think that's the way I heard it.
But I think what I heard Rick say is he wants to restate his motion, so he would have to.
Correct,
his
but
motion.
that's all on, but.
But if he pulls his motion, all the amendments go away,
Right.
and he's restated his motion.
Well, they have to, you have to do the amendments as well, they have to be
As,
pulled.
if the original motion is pulled,
Well, I would think so, because there's still an amendment to, but that we'll see. I would say instead, you have to go through it, you can pull the bottom one, but those amendments, those still stand on that motion.
You know.
So we would have to, but if he wants to pull it, then we can talk about taking away the amendments. I mean, is that what you're talking about? You want to take the motion that you said off the table. Are you willing to do that at this point? But it would have to be okay by the second.
if it takes the entire motion off the floor, because the amendments aren't good without the original motion,
Okay.
Right.
Well,
right? There's nothing there. What is it standing on, I guess?
I would like to amend this motion.
You can't
so you
amend.
have to remove we've already had two amendments, so you would have to remove the whole motion. Is that what you'd like to do?
And we still vote on it tonight.
Then you can make a new motion.
Okay, all right, yes.
Okay, is that okay with the second?
Okay.
Now, do you want to remove the amendments would that be okay with you?
I'm not ready to remove an amendment until I hear what his motion is going to be.
Well, then we have to vote on the amendments, because they're still on the table. And then if you amend his motion, then
The
that's
amendments,
what
what
we
is the
stand.
amendment standing on, Mr. Chairman? Because the
Yeah,
amendments
I
are to the
don't think
motion
you're
that got
right about
removed.
that.
We're gonna have to.
By your board rules, the chairman makes a decision on the process.
They have a
Any-
motion on the table, and we have to use those, and there are amendments to a motion that was on the table, so it makes it an entire new motion. The amendment makes it a new motion completely. And so would Commissioner Wessel's make it entire again. So even though his is removed, we still have amendments. You can't take away their motions. I mean, I know what you're saying, and in some ways I agree with it, but yet the other commissioners have something that's on the table in second that has not been removed. Commissioner Sorensen.
If we do remove, can we remake? an amendment?
Absolutely, because it'll be a whole new motion.
And Rick has asked to remake a motion.
Right. So I would recommend that you remove it, and then let's see what the next motion
Then
is.
I will do that. I will
Is that
remove
okay
my
with you,
second.
Commissioner Wessel?
Yes, and I have my hand up for the amendment already.
Okay, I got that.
Me
Those
too.
are okay with the 2 seconds, right? I think Commissioner Alvar, did you second his motion?
I probably seconded one of these amendments.
Commissioner Wessels, I believe. Okay,
Yes.
so everything's off the table at this, we'll start all over. Commissioner Robbins.
I move to recommend to the Board of Commissioners of Leelanau County to create a independent HR Human Resource Department, allowing the operations to commence on or be, let me just start over. I move to recommend to the Board of Commissioners, Leelanau County Board of Commissioners to create a independent HR Human Resources Department, exploring/establish with exploring expiration date of August 31st, 2021, and with establishment date of January 1st, 2022, accountable to the Board of Commissioners and its representatives to create an independent finance department. Let me see, I gotta back up a little bit, too much here.
You're gonna have to have this written down. This is too much
Yeah.
information. These words are not
Take a
flowing.
break. Take a break.
Let's take
Yeah,
a
let's-
recess.
All right, let's take a
I'm
little
not-
recess, we'll see if we can get it written down.
I think,
Let's convene back at 9:30.
why don't you go in a private room and think your thoughts? I think that you should advise him that he's not supposed to say anything like that.
Right.
You need to make the motion. Please unmute.
All right. Okay, I'll call it back to order. Thank you. A little quicker than we thought, so I'm glad of that. Commissioner Robbins.
Okay. I move to recommend to the Board of Commissioners, Leelanau County Board of Commissioners, motion to move HR and Finance Department to the Budget and Finance Committee with a full report by August 31st, 2021, and to establish these two departments by January 1st, 2022.
Second.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to amend. Please. I move to explore the staffing needs and organization of the clerk's office during the summer 2021 summer budgeting process.
That's a different motion.
It's a different
That's-
motion.
Yeah, that is completely different.
Not amendment.
It doesn't, I don't know that it amends his.
Can Commissioner Robbins read his again?
Yes.
Well, I took my old amendment off because we were going to study, not create. And now we're back to create. And we got a deadline date. And so that's a problem for me because I thought we were going to change that.
Right, I thought so too.
I do too.
Can you read your motion again, Mr. Robbins?
What I have here is I move to recommend to the
Yeah, we move to recommend is from the executive, so this is actually a motion to.
Right.
A motion to establish or whatever your motion is. So we're not recommending at this point, we're actually going to do this.
Okay, oh, I'm sorry. I mean,
That's all right.
Yeah, I
I'm
got
just
it
trying
in
to-
mind, all right. I recommend to the Board of Commissioners, the motion to move the HR.
Okay, he's moving.
We don't recommend, this is actually a motion to.
Oh. Excuse me. Okay, I recommend to the.
No, don't recommend, just say move.
Just move.
Just
Move
move.
to.
Okay, I move on. I move to move. Bear with me. Okay,
It's tough being a new commissioner.
It is.
There's a lot of things you gotta learn. Take your time.
I'm trying to read this thing and understand it. Okay, I move to the Board of Commissioners, County Board of Commissioners, Leelanau County, to explore / establish an HR finance department to the Budget and Finance Committee for the full report back by August 31st, 2021, and to establish by January 1st, 2022.
I'll support.
I think, I'm trying to get clear, are you referring this issue to the finance committee to be studied? Is that what your motion is intending?
My motion is that we're going to study this in the Finance Committee and with that report.
So you're moving, say that piece again. You move,
To explore / establish the HR Finance Department to the Budget and the Finance Committee with a full report by August 31st, 2021.
because, what you're really saying is you are asking the finance committee to undertake this issue of exploring this.
You're right.
I
It's
think
not
that's
the
part
way-
one.
It's not the way it's worded, but, okay, Commissioner Wessel, you had your first option at making an amendment.
Are you through, Commissioner Sosley?
Yeah, I would like to make an amendment, but following
Okay,
Commissioner
Commissioner
Wessel's amendment, if he has one.
But I preface my effort by saying we're talking about $250,000 a year. And we're talking about doing something outside of the regular budget process, which is unusual for the way we operate. And I don't know why we don't do this as a committee of the whole of the budget process, but I don't know that I can amend something that I disagree so strongly against as an amendment. So I cannot do an amendment.
Okay. Commissioner Soto.
My amendment would be to strike the word establish. So it says explore, that Commissioner Robbins moves this issue to the Finance Committee to explore. I'm not changing the first of this, but I mean, I want to be clear. So strike the word establish and strike the date. I think report back by before the end of the budget meetings. So that's usually end of September, 1st of October, will probably be September, in terms of findings. So we're reporting findings, not the establishment. I mean, the way it's worded, it still is establishing, and I can't support that either. And I just have one other. This is about a motion to create 2 new departments. It is not about an individual. I looked at it as you are moving to create 2 new departments, and that needs to be studied. And that's why I keep asking, what's the problem that would initiate that evaluation? And in response, I've been receiving statements that indicate the problem is the person. So.
You don't have a second on your motion.
Oh, sorry.
I would second.
So I'm very concerned why we're doing this. If we're talking about creating a department or 2 departments, then what we looked to you to provide was what was the problem? What was the issue that drove you to make this motion? And in response, what you said are things that relate to a person. Overworked, too tired, et cetera, et cetera. That has no relevance at all to the creation of department. And this is what I'm struggling with. And to put a deadline on that and say it has to be done by August 31st, what are we doing?
Commissioner Robbins.
Okay. You want the facts? I'll give you the facts.
Okay.
I'm not gonna give them all, but I will give them. This started about 5-6 weeks ago. I've heard stuff when I ran for this seat here. And so I started looking into them. I had employees come to me that work in this building that don't feel comfortable going to the HR department. I've talked to department heads. I've talked to people outside that's connected to the county. Yes, she does do a good job as a clerk. But I also feel there's just too many hats. And we are not creating 2 departments here. We already have them. We are shifting them to under the administrator. There's also, I've looked into, I mean, you have 1 employee in her office, $20,000 a year in overtime. Do the math. You know, I can go on.
As representatives of the citizens of this county and guardians of all of your tax dollar, it is our job to act with care, to plan, to consider all options, and not act precipitously without facts. And consideration of all aspects of an issue. It would be irresponsible for us to create 2 new departments, make a major change in this county government structure, and incur a minimum of $250,000. It would guaranteed be a lot more than that, without thought, without study. This could go, a rational approach would be to go to the finance committee, have them conduct interviews, analyze workflows, study the issue, and come back to this board with recommendations. That's well thought out. That's being careful with our citizens' tax dollar. That's using some wisdom and some care. I would support a motion to send this to the Finance Committee to be studied and brought back before the board for consideration. I can't support something that establishes something without any facts. That's extremely poor management, and I believe our job is to be good managers for our citizens. But I would support studying this issue. That's important. That's very important. So give us a little time to do that.
Commissioner Rushton.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, would you please, or the clerk, repeat the main motion and the second, or I'm sorry, the amendment?
That would be up to you to read.
You want me to, yeah. I mean, and then correct me if I'm wrong, my understanding is the motion is to explore, to establish through the Finance and Budget Committee the establishment of a human or HR and finance departments. And then with the dates, you know, that he stated, August 31st and 2022, and then
August 31st, is
Yes.
that when
the report comes back,
the report from the finance department would come back
yes.
to the full board? And then with a implementation
Yes.
date as
January 1st, 2022.
January 1. And then the amendment,
Did you want to explain that?
Struck the word, because the motion was explore / establish.
right?
Strikes the word establish
And the dates.
and the dates. So that the
Both
study.
dates?
Both dates,
Uh-huh,
so that the study could take place.
okay. Mr. Chairman, I would like to amend the amendment and add the word establish. I would also like to amend the dates to include the finance department to come back to this board with a report on 8/31 of this year, as well as establish the positions for January 1, and I would like to speak to that.
Can I clarify that?
Sure.
Do you mean finance committee, not finance department?
I'm sorry, finance committee.
Okay.
Yes, sorry if I misspoke. And here's what I would like to say.
We don't have a second on this.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'll wait. All the years that I've been on this board, Chet Janik in charge, he has always preached to us about being proactive. Proactive, proactive, proactive. I think this move is a proactive request. I like the idea that this is going to go to HR, and I believe all along the intent was to allow enough time, 7 months, to explore. Now, the other thing is, we as a board, once we get this information after it's been explored, we have the ability to change the motion. I also heard at our organizational meeting, goals are not goals unless they have a date. So if we don't have the homework or the information necessary for us to go forward, we can always make another motion to squash the idea. But in the meantime, we have got a target date for something that we feel may be important that the county looks at to be proactive. We all recognize the work the clerk puts into her job, but the clerk has taken on more hats than her position in order to fulfill her job duties as clerk. She's taken on more hats. With that said, I appreciate everything she's done for the last 26 years, but voting has become more complex. Policies and regulations and all of this stuff has become more complex. She worries over this county like a mother hen, and we all appreciate that. And I think personally, if we have made this personal, I apologize. It was not personal. It's not about Michelle or what Michelle does or doesn't do. It's about this board being proactive and looking at what the needs are. And the other issue is, are we really listening to the employees of our county? They are an asset to the county. We've invested money for training. We've got hours in place. We have an investment here. So if our employees are crying out to us saying, there's a problem, we need to look at it. Nothing against Michelle at all. So I'm a little concerned that you all have made this a personal thing. It's not a personal thing. This is a business decision. And it's our jobs. We hire the administrator and we respect the clerk because she's elected and she does a fine job. But it's our job to make sure that the county is functioning at its maximum. And maybe, just maybe, we have put too much on the clerk, but you're not willing to look at that. I'm willing to look at that. So I make the motion to expand and to establish for that reason. Our goal needs to have a date. And yes, we do need to research this top to bottom. If we need more time for research, we can extend that date, can we not? I rest my case.
Commissioner Wesson.
Well, it is personal.
No, you made it personal.
Now, let me, it is
Yes, you're
personal.
right, he has the floor, I
If you
apologize.
talk about a major reorganization in an office and you spring it on 3 commissioners and the clerk herself.
Well,
So let's not, now let me finish. So let's spell that. It is personal. It's also irresponsible if we go for a major reorganization without one word being said about how much money we might be spending. It's also irresponsible if nobody has given one piece of evidence when we voted without any discussion. We had a late addition item, it was seconded, it was voted without any discussion about indicators, about accounts, about any of the issues. If we send this to the finance committee and we expect that they get back to us by the end of August, are we going to put all of our other budget discussions this summer on hold? Because we've got this $250,000 or $350,000 issue that we don't know whether we're going to be needing to spend the money on? It's not practical, it's not responsible, and it's not fair to the staff. It is personal.
I'd like a clarification. When we talked about the amendment, did you say something about by the end of, we get into the budget time? I thought you did. But when we clarified it for Commissioner Rushton now, I
Yeah, I
forgot
did.
that part of it.
I
That
said-
is part of it, right?
Yes, it was.
Okay. So, so the first thing we'll vote on would be the Commissioner Rushton's amendment. Okay, and did you want to?
The only thing I wanted to add is, and I'm not gonna clarify. The only thing I wanted to add is the information, the response that Commissioner Robbins gave you just now in answer to my question was subjective. There was no data. It was subjective, the whole thing. And it's based on innuendo and subjectiveness, and not what you would base reorganization on, which is data, actual facts of failure of something to perform as it is expected to perform. That's all I wanted to say. So please, let's go
All
ahead
right,
and
so
vote.
we'll vote first on Commissioner Rushton's amendment. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say the same sign.
Aye.
So the motion fails 4-3. So now we'll vote on Commissioner Sotis Little's amendment.
Could we read that again, please? Read over, restate it.
Striking the word establish and striking the interest, moving it to before the budget cycle terminates, and then striking the implementation date, because you can't implementation if you don't know you're gonna do it.
Striking the word establish, report before the budget cycle, and removing the effective date.
Thank you.
Is that correct?
That is correct. No, that's correct.
Shall no finance committee involvement, just budget? Is that what the motion is?
No. It's, the report's coming from the budget, the finance committee.
Okay.
Before the end of the budget cycle.
Okay. So all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign.
Aye.
Okay, the motion passes 4-3. All right, so now we have the amended motion, and we have to vote on that. So, does everybody understand now that the motion has been amended by Commissioner Sotis Little, and we will vote on that amended motion?
Can we hear it one more time?
Sure.
As amended?
As amended.
Now the motion will be motion by Robbins. To explore the establishment of an HR department. I'm going to retype this as I'm saying this. It was motion by Robbins to explore the creation of an human resources department and a finance department. And refer to the finance committee who will report back to the Board of Commissioners prior to the end of the budget cycle.
Sounds right.
Thank you.
Does everyone understand that then? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, the same sign.
Aye.
Were you opposed on that?
I voted against.
Okay, so that motion fails 4-3. So, yes, Commissioner
I would
Wagner.
like to make a motion.
Okay, I just a second before Commissioner Wagner starts. On the no, that voted no, it was Commissioner Lautner, Commissioner Rushton, Commissioner Robbins, and Commissioner Russell.
And so does Lloyd.
Oh, and so it was 5-2.
Oh, okay.
so it's little, is that correct?
Two to five or five to two?
2, yes,
Okay,
5, no.
okay, so 2-5. Yes, I move that the Board of Commissioners explore the creation of an independent human resources department and an independent finance department. Report back to the Board of Commissioners with their findings by August 15th, 2021. And to look at, that's where I'll leave it. I'll speak to the motion.
Can I repeat that? Because I
Yes.
didn't type that one.
Yes.
Motion by Lautner that the Board of Commissioners explore the creation of an independent HR department and an independent finance department and report back to the Board of Commissioners with their findings by August 31st.
And I second.
August 15th.
August 15th.
And I will be the second.
Like to amend that motion, please? Seems
I'm
like
going to speak to it.
She wanted to speak to me
Members?
first.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Okay, from what I'm hearing tonight is everyone wants to explore this concept. So that's fine. It can go to, obviously it will go to the Finance Committee to explore, and we will look at all the very same things Commissioner Robin had recommended last week that we look at, and probably even more. I mean, that's how the process would work. So it's fine to look and explore. I think that we're going to find that this is a logical thing to do for our county, the size that we are now. The fact that, as Deborah said, elections are more complicated. HR is more complicated now, our retirement, et cetera. It's just, it's different than it was 25 years ago. So there's no doubt about it. It can't be denied. Courts are more complicated than they were. Courts have changed. So this is just a logical thing to do. As someone also stated tonight, that things can be tweaked along the way or changed or modified as we find certain. I know some numbers, I think they're very high, were put out here tonight on the cost of this. I think before anyone starts spouting numbers like that, they should let the finance department do this research and find out some actual numbers that we would be offering. We don't know if we're talking full-time, we don't know if we're talking part-time, we don't know exactly what we're talking. I do know we've got employees in those positions that I expect would stay in those positions. That's my expectation. I don't know why they wouldn't. So, so that being said, I just think we move on to exploration.
I'd like to amend it and have that study and analyzation be done by the Board of Commissioners as a whole, committee as a whole, rather than the Finance Committee. I think this is a whole new role for the Finance Committee. This isn't how we've used the Finance Committee. I'm on the Finance Committee so I have some input either way, but I think this has to be the entire board. And I'm a little bit concerned that there are 3 people on the Finance Committee. One is Commissioner Lautner, one is Commissioner, what's your name?
John Doe.
And me, and it just seems to me that we're going in there with minds pretty well made up. And I'd rather, so my amendment is that we do this as a committee as a whole. Everything else remains the same.
Is there support? Okay. Go ahead. Yeah, we have a second. Did you? Mr. Robbins, go
I had
ahead.
a comment.
Yes.
I understand where you're coming from, Ty. I am going into this with open mind. and we're going to research this, everything. And like I've heard tonight, the figures are just, they've been inflated. We don't know what to do.
You can't hear your microphone.
My figures are, I feel, a bit inflated. We don't know what it's gonna be. That's what the three of us or the committee, that's what we're gonna explore. And we may find out in the end that we probably shouldn't, we may not have to do this, but we have to explore it first.
Commissioner Soderson.
Bear with me, because I'm a researcher. So when something gets studied, it gets studied. Now, Commissioner Lautner said, there's no objectivity here. Commissioner Lautner just said a few minutes ago, and I think we're probably going to find out that this is the thing to do. So you're starting with a premise that's already, is not a premise, it's already been decided, it's a conclusion. So you're not studying it. If you're going to study it, we ought to look at a process for studying. There's a whole wealth of them out there that could be used. But we're not talking about that. We're talking about going in and seeing how many dollars there are and looking at a few issues. That's not a study, and it's not objective. So if you really want to study this, we ought to look at a way to do it that's objective. I can't support going in this direction.
I mean, I like the idea of giving, doing it as a committee of the whole. I don't want to have a deadline of August 15th. I think if we did it in the, by the end of the budget cycle, I think that's the way we usually do things. And I think that's the proper way, that I can support it.
I will amend that amendment to that effect.
Oh, is that okay with the second?
Yes.
Okay.
When is the end of the budget cycle, just so I know the date?
We
adopt the budget on the second Tuesday in the month. Okay, so it's October 5th or 6th.
Realistically, we
something.
finish by mid-September
Okay.
because the clerk has to publish it and have it available
Yeah,
public by end of September.
so you're
realistic-
talking October.
Yeah,
so
we officially adopt it, but really we wrap up the budget process by September 15th.
Right, okay, so,
Any other statements or questions?
okay, so we've had 2 amendments, correct?
Just one.
And the amendment was revised?
Yes.
Okay, so it was revised, I'm sorry, repeat, to the budget end, right? Okay. So committee of the whole to the end of budget.
Right. Did you want to say anything about that or not?
Are we planning any special sessions, or do you plan on taking up this issue along with discussion on budget? A special meeting, we would be discussing one thing. At a budget meeting, we're going to be talking about a variety of things. And I thought it was a good idea that it should go to finance first so they could get preliminary information as far as maybe costs and things like that. And then maybe we could go to a special meeting and have just a discussion on this particular item as opposed to, trying to take this up during a budget discussion. So I would recommend that we allow this to go to finance, get some preliminary information, have a special meeting so that we're prepared at budget time. Either we are or we are not going to do this. That's the way I see a healthy process. But I do believe there's a motion and a second on the floor.
Yeah, an amendment.
An amendment?
Yes.
Mhm. So, I would make the amendment that this is discussed separately from budget in a special meeting. So we are prepared when we get to our budget.
Support, I want to make sure I understand. So your amendment would be by special meeting
And not during budget time.
and not.
It can be addressed at budget time once we have, had our special meetings.
Special meeting.
Any Commissioner Elder?
So we haven't addressed how we are going to get information relevant to a decision. There's a lot more to consider than dollars. What is workflow like now? Does the process work? What about it works, what doesn't? Are there any changes necessary? So I support a special meeting of the whole, maybe a couple. But in the meantime, how do we get the information we need in order to make a sound decision? And we have to determine that. I don't think we're ready to make a decision here.
Are you saying we're not ready to talk about this? How else are we gonna direct our administrator or anybody else to garner the information so we can have an honest, open discussion?
Well, that's what we have. Oops, I'm sorry.
That's my point of recommending that this go to finance, and finance do some preliminary investigation on the financial end of it. We gather for a special meeting and we decide what other information we need. We gather that information and then we have discussion and be prepared in the event that we need to add this to our budget when the budget time comes. If we work outside the process, you're right, how are we gonna get the information?
Yeah, right. So maybe we're gonna need more than one special meeting.
Well, I would think so.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But first, I think it would be prudent on our part for it to go through finance to get preliminary information.
Didn't we get that from our administrator already?
I simply put down the cost through the county department, what it costs to hire 2 department heads.
Actually, it was 3.
No, 2 department heads and a support staff.
Thank you.
And a support staff administrator. But I did not base that on any data. It was my best guess attempt that was based on hiring 1 director of finance full-time, 1 director of HR full-time, and 1 administrative assistant. Those costs with benefits, everything, were $282,862.64. But that's just an estimate based on our current pay scale.
And assuming they would take full health insurance and.
Yeah, as we do for every employee.
Exactly, so we don't know.
But we always budget that
Budget.
for every single
Okay.
employee.
So we have 2 amendments. One is to have special meetings, committee of the whole.
Go to finance first.
Is it to go to finance first?
Correct. Goes to finance
Okay.
first for preliminary information so that they can bring it to a special board meeting so we can have a lengthy conversation.
Okay, wait a second.
Yeah.
That was not what the amendment was, so I want to make sure I get it clear. The amendment was to amend it that this be discussed separately in a separate meeting. Did I take that down wrong and you meant?
I meant to special meetings, yes. It goes to finance, just like I said, it goes to finance. And then the information that comes to finance, special meetings to discuss this moving forward.
You're changing your amendment. Is that, I just want to get this correct, so we
Well,
get this
yeah,
right.
let me try. Your amendment was to make it for special meetings. And and then it was seconded. And then as you described it, you said you would like it to go to finance first, but that wasn't part of the amendment.
Okay, do we have it going to finance on the main motion or the amendment?
No, the first motion was it to go to finance by August, and be reported back by August 15th. The second motion was to do it as a committee of the whole. And the third, and your amendment was to have special meetings of the committee of the whole.
Okay, I'll restate my amendment.
So you gotta rescind that one.
I will rescind my amendment and restate my intention. I will amend the motion to say that this goes to the Finance Committee for preliminary financial reporting, to the Committee of the Whole for special meetings to follow.
Nice to put that.
And I plural that in the event we need more than one.
So we'll vote on the First Amendment to start with, all right?
Fine.
Yes, Commissioner Rushton's amendment. Does everyone understand that? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say aye.
Aye.
Aye. So the motion fails 4-3. So now we do just the committee of the whole is it part of the budget system or just as a committee of the whole? Okay.
Committee of the whole, or separate meetings, I mean, we can.
They're gonna be, yeah.
They're gonna be special meetings?
No, they're gonna be meetings that we be for our budget, that will be special at that time. That we can spend special time just on that.
Got it,
But it's all part of the budget.
got it.
Okay.
Not use your finance committee.
What's that?
You're not going to use your finance committee.
If this passes, it will not go to this will amend yours, so it's not going to the financing. Is that? Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign.
Aye.
The motion passes 4-3. So now we have the amended motion that it goes to the committee of the whole. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 5-2.
Who was second here? Vote on Commissioner Lochner's amendment with the motion or the amendment that passed, and that passes 5-2, and who were the no votes?
Mr. Robbins and Mrs. Lochner.
Robbins and Lochner.
Yeah. Commissioner Rush.
I would move that the County Board of Commissioners accept the federal funding for the Marine Safety Program as outlined in the 2021 Marine Safety Grant Agreement in the amount of $32,100.
Support. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0. Commissioner Rush.
I would move that the Board of Commissioners approve, does it need approval? Let me read that.
Skip the federal funding.
To move that the federal funding update, no, that's not
Yeah,
right.
that's just a quick up, that's no motion.
Okay,
Yeah.
Yeah, last week I announced that last Monday, the federal government just released the guidelines for the American Recovery Act, of which we received 4.2 million, or we will be receiving 4.2 million. And I sent you Friday, the full 152 pages, and then a quick summary. On my several conference calls, it was discovered that actually what was released was the recommended guidelines. They are not official. They have to have public input and hearings on. So a long way from being official at this point. So last week I was thinking we probably should have a special board meeting in the month of May to talk about it, but I say we wait now until we get those final guidelines. You have a summary here, a 2-page summary, which I thought was fairly good. But I would suggest at this point you not read 152 pages unless you really want to. But I also found out that originally we were under the impression, all of us, that all the funds had to be spent by December 31st of 2024. They have to be committed by December of 2024. So for example, let's say you approve a project in November or December of 2024. As long as you take action and approve it, the project can continue beyond 2024. So there's actually more time involved. There also is a lot of questions asked of the definition of infrastructure, because that can have a lot of different meanings. So I think at some point you'll get a more clearer definition. Also, they agreed to have, and this is the, one of the forums I was on as part of the White House Nationwide Forum. They agree there are a lot of questions and they've got some opportunity. Everyone's gonna have a, hopefully assign someone they can contact directly to get the clarification, because we are no different than every other county probably in the country. Everyone's waiting to see what the specific guidelines is. No one wants to commit any funds, not knowing, not having assurances that the money will be guaranteed for those causes. No one wants to spend money and then have to pay it back. Because this is different than the Community Development Block Grant, where those are reimbursable funds. This is money we will get first. It has to be spent, and then we have to submit a report how the money was spent. So it's different than the previous grant cycle. So at this point, I would say keep watching those emails from Matt for updates. I'll try to keep you updated. And those guidelines are preliminary guidelines. And based on the discussion that I was in the last 2 meetings, they will be modified. There's a lot of questions and concerns. And just like everybody, everyone wants clarity. No one wants to go in there, make some assumptions and find out there were false assumptions. So at this point, I say we hold off. I'll put an agenda for June. We can have a discussion maybe in June on how we want to proceed in terms of guidelines. Because if you look at this, there's a lot of categories that the money could fall under and how we want to do it. I know some counties, even though they don't have the guidelines, are saying units of governments, nonprofits, business can submit proposals to the county board by this date. So everyone has a chance. Some other counties are going to say we're going to have some open forums where people can suggest ideas. So we have a lot of options, but we do have time. We don't have to rush into this.
And I was just going to request that you do keep the board updated as far as, you know, you were very gracious to send the 152-page report, and I'm one of those people that read it.
Well, good,
so
good.
I welcome that information.
But knowing it may change. And even if you read the 152, it's worded in a way that it could be interpreted many different ways. So that's the challenge. And that's the meeting I was on with the White House staff. That was loud and clear from all of the people on the conference. We want clarity. Give us something black and white that we can look at. Because we don't want to be put in a position where we spend the money, and it's a lot of money. And all of a sudden find out, well, this was not eligible, so therefore you have to pay money back. We also found out that any interest earned on the money can be spent, but it has to meet the same criteria. So we cannot put the money in the savings account, spend the 4.2 and keep the interest. It has to be allocated to the same criteria. So we can earn interest, so it'll, not interest rates are great, it will increase the dollar amount, but it has to be spent on these type of projects also.
Any other questions?
So what you're saying is put a large amount of money in the bank, collect the interest so that we can pay for the project, the big project.
That's a legitimate expense. And we should get half of our funds maybe as early as this week.
All right, we're on to the planning community development. We're on the recycling agreement. It's on page 12. Commissioner Walker.
I would move to approve the agreement between Leelanau County and ERG Environmental Services for a scrap tire recycling program in 2021, not to exceed $10,200 with funds to come from Fund 230 and the tire recycling fee.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0. Community collection day, Commissioner Lawler.
I would move to approve an agreement with ERG Environmental Services for one-day community scrap tire collection event in 2021 with funds to come from Fund 230 and tire fees at a cost not to exceed $12,800.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0. And that brings us to the Grand Traverse Band 2% funding. Commissioner Algar.
Motion to approve the Leelanau County Office of Emergency Management, which to pursue a Grand Traverse Band tribal 2% allocation in order to establish a school reunification kit that will assist our local schools in reuniting students with their families following evacuation.
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0. Brings us then to family court. Leelanau Christian Neighbors, Commissioner Wessel.
Move to approve the family court Grand Traverse Band Travel 2% allocation to administer the funds of Leelanau Christian Neighbors blessings in a backpack in the amount of $8,200.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign.
Aye.
Aye. The motion passes 5-2. So then we move to a lift. 2%. Commissioner Wesson.
Yes, I move to approve the Grand Traverse Band of Ottawa and Chippewa Indians 2% allocation application from family court for list renovation in the amount of $22,039.
Second.
Did we not have discussion on that last week?
Yes, we did.
And you did get a legal opinion.
Yeah.
That
Okay.
it is within the right. You don't have to endorse any 2%, but you do have the legal right to do it. If it's approved for funding, there has to be a contract in place, which we have done for that. And that's from Mr. Cole, that sent out last Friday.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign. Aye. The motion passes 6-1. Okay, so then that brings us to the Park and Rec invasive species. Commissioner Lautner.
I would move to approve the Grand Traverse Band 2% allocation application from the County Parks and Recreation Commission on behalf of the Child and Family Services for invasive species eradication at Veronica Valley County Park in the amount of $22,000.
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0. And brings us then to senior services. Donation. Commissioner Lautner.
I would move to accept a contribution from an anonymous donor totaling $2,000 and placed into the Leelanau Senior Services Pandemic Donations Account ending in 675.019.
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion passes 7-0. So that brings us to the opening prayer guidelines. I'd make a motion to accept the policy as it is presented.
Second.
Commissioner.
If I would like to post an amendment, excuse me, Mary Pankowski gave us excellent wording, and I know everybody received that, which was a statement that would go above, it would be added after paragraph 11, which says, this policy recognizes that all religious faiths of Leelanau residents conduct services in Leelanau County, such as, but not limited to, Jews, Unitarians, and Muslims. Hence, clergy outside of Leelanau County with congregates in Leelanau County shall be included and invited to offer prayer before the beginning of the board meeting. Congregant is defined as a person who is a member of a congregation. And the only change I'm going to make on that is going back to the word after Jews, Unitarians, and Muslims, hence clergy, comma, religious or spiritual leaders with congregates in Leelanau County. And that's my name.
I would second.
Any other comments? Commissioner Wesson.
I have a comment. I'm going to support the amendment, although I'm opposed to having the prayer. But I think the amendment at least eliminates some of the legal issues that we might face, and it's more inclusionary. But it's still exclusionary. I still think it's inappropriate. I think it's discriminatory, and I think it's disinviting. And we had a public comment tonight about the percentage of people in this county that do not profess to have any religious beliefs. But what's proposed here at least is more inclusionary, so I support it.
So, yeah, I would like to say that it's a prayer, it's not a religion. And when you start naming religions, then I think you're actually going against what we're trying to do. And it's just like we have voting criteria. So we have prayer criteria. It's not leaving anybody out intentionally. In fact, if they don't want to be part of whoever's allowed to pray, that's their choice. But they can be a part. They can be a part of it. But to say that we have to start picking and choosing because of religion, to me, actually is destroying the intent of the prayer. And it's actually promoting religions then, as you name them, more and more. And so and we have a legal opinion saying that the way it's written was actually most of, not all, but most of it, 99, probably 95% of it, was written by our council, and they have said that this is fine the way it is. We start changing it again, we're creating our own problems. I think we need to go by the legal opinion that we've had and we've asked and we've paid for, and not try to dictate it ourselves or allow the public to come through. And I appreciate what they're saying, and I think our intent is to satisfy what they're saying. I think that when we bring it to our council and they tell us this is the legal way to do it, we should follow that advice. And so that's why I don't think we should change it here unless we're gonna go back. These are guidelines, it's just a policy. And if we get a different opinion from our council to do different, then I'd say yes. But as long as we have that council saying this is okay and we are doing it right, and we're using a criteria that is acceptable, then I think that's what we need to follow. Commissioner Elwood.
Our job is to represent all of our constituents, all the people of Leelanau County. We have heard and heard and heard from our citizens. And they want this to be inclusive, especially this year when there is so much divisiveness. I think that we should take every step we possibly can to be inclusive, to show our citizens that we hear them, we respect everyone. And the minute we exclude, only 42% of the people here go to Christian churches. We're excluding the majority of our citizens. So we're introducing something that is divisive. Let's just make it inclusive. That's simple. There's nothing wrong with that. It's a simple change. And I would wonder, why not? Why not make it inclusive?
Commissioner Rush.
I tend to agree with Commissioner Vanek. This was reviewed by council. This is not about a religion. It's about a prayer. And I'm quite certain that we will hear a lot of different types of prayers. Making changes at this point, again, is, what did you say, 95% of this was written by council, and it's appropriate, inclusive. So I will support it, when it's written. I would be concerned if we made changes to this at this point without council review.
Commissioner Elwood.
I really appreciated Holly Bird's statements, and as of 1978, they are considered a religious institute. I'm sure those weren't her words, but basically, she was saying they're religious institutions, so I would assume that they are included in recognized, recognized whatever in Leelanau County.
Commissioner Sosa.
If we do a simpler amendment, I'm just exploring now if I may, recognizing that the word clergy, although it means ordained religious, people who undertake ordained religious duties, it is especially in the Christian church. If we just were to look at amending the word clergy to say, setting aside the other paragraph, just clergy, comma, religious or spiritual leaders of congregants, with congregants in Leelanau County. Does that stay true to what you were envisioning would not necessarily, it doesn't name other religions, it just simply says clergy, comma, religious or spiritual leaders with congregants in the county? Is that something that would,
I mean,
or you think any change would have to go back to the?
well, that's what I'm not sure how, you set up the criteria, that's why they wrote it, I added about the First Nation, and I took the part that I took was actually from the second draft that they did. So that's why I say 95, it's probably even more than that. So that, using what they had, I didn't really change anything other than adding the thing that Commissioner Robbins talked about, the First Nation. That was about really the only thing that I had. So
It wouldn't make a difference.
I'm a little nervous about changing. And we sent it back to them, and they reaffirmed that what was in there was all, I mean, do you remember the wording exactly? You said?
I don't remember the word. There are no legal impairments, I believe.
Right, okay.
Or something very close to that. Now, however, if you modify it, you could put in a motion pending final legal review, as we do for almost everything that we
That's
do.
true, what I was thinking. So, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to rescind.
What's that? Commissioner Luttrell, did you?
You have an amendment on the floor,
Yes.
which radically changes your,
Yes.
okay, are you allowing a lot of discussion outside of what that amendment is to bring in much more? So,
We're allowed up to 2 amendments. So.
yes, I understand, but we're, okay.
Commissioner Sosa.
Yes, I would like to rescind the amendment I made, if it's okay with the second, to make a different one. Okay. The amendment would be, and this hits in several places, but it is on the clergy. It would be clergy, comma, religious or spiritual leaders with congregants in the county. Replacing the language as it's written right there, pending council approval. Council review and approval.
Support.
Any other questions?
And once again, I'm supporting this, not because I think this is what we ought to be doing, but it's more inclusionary than what's on the table. And it still meets the purpose that I think that we had in the original motion, but it also allows people that are non-Christians to have an opportunity to have their spiritual leader make a statement. So I support it.
See, I don't understand how you say it's excluding them. They're choosing not to have their congregations here in Leelanau County. That's their choice. They can do that if they want, easily. So we're not excluding them. They're excluding themselves. Because they choose not to have it here. So I mean, but it's open to anyone who fits it's just like voting. People can't vote in Leelanau County even though they own homes. It's the same type of thing. Anyway.
Mr. Chair, there is not a Jewish synagogue in Leelanau County. There is not.
It's not
So
my
how
fault.
can it not be exclusionary for Jewish?
But we are picking religions, and see, and that's what we're not trying to do. All right? Because as soon as we start picking religions, then we're basically violating. So we'll vote on the amendment to start with. Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign.
Aye.
Motion fails 4-3. Now we'll vote on the guidelines as presented. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign.
Aye.
The motion passes 4-3. Thank you.
Any request? I think we ought to talk to our risk management people and prepare for major expenses when this is challenged. This is not a wise action. I know it's going to be challenged, and we are presenting ourselves with a liability for legal costs. I don't know why we can't accept that. We had so much public comment saying if you'd modify like this, at least I'd feel welcome, I'd feel included. We just voted on something that absolutely is exclusionary.
Yes, I did talk to our insurance agent.
Yeah.
He referred it, this is a legal issue. They will not give an opinion unless there's an actual lawsuit filed against the county. That's not their role. He referred it, it's a decision of our legal counsel.
Correct, and that's what we're going with. That brings us then to the vehicle vote auction.
Yeah, Ms. Evans here with the results.
Yeah.
So everybody should have received this packet. It lists a draft motion for all vehicles in the vote. And then the results are on the very second page. Leelanau cleared $32,000 and there's a 5% premium and sales tax that all the bidders understood that they would be responsible. So we're not actually funding the auction. The people that win the bids are funding the auction. So.
So can we have Commissioner Water?
I would move that the County Board of Commissioners approve the sale of the following retired Ford Police Interceptors and Four Winds Coast Runner 203 both with motor and trailer as presented. All winning bidders must pay the additional 5% buyer's premium and 6% sales tax. If not exempt, funds to be deposited in the accounts as presented.
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you, Laurel, very much. That brings us to Leelanau Clean Water. Commissioner Allgaier.
I'll move to approve the agreement between the County of Leelanau and Leelanau Clean Water.
Should I approve it?
To approve it. To approve the agreement, right?
I don't know.
We don't have a second.
Okay.
Do we have the agreement?
Yeah, it was in your package last week.
Yeah.
It's a legal requirement, as you know, if we're gonna,
Trying to give money.
if you choose to give them funds in the future, you have to have an agreement in place. So this is a standard agreement that we have used for other organizations.
And I seconded it.
Oh, okay, thank you. I was
Yes,
going to
it
say-
wasn't your full board package last week.
Yeah.
It was drafted by our legal counsel.
Commissioner Rush.
Yes, I'm unclear. Do we have a dollar amount attached to this? I don't have that
Yeah,
information.
you approved during your budget process for the 2021 years, I believe you approved 4,500.
45.
Right.
And the
Madam Clerk?
agreement.
I believe it was 4,500. So we have to have agreement in place. And then if you wish to approve budget for next year, we have agreement in place.
And the agreement says it is not to exceed that.
Yeah, it can't, I mean, that's up to.
Commissioner
You
Rush
use the word.
does have the floor.
Have we paid them that money yet this year?
I do not recall seeing that, and you
No,
would,
because we don't have agreement in place.
you would have approved it.
Okay, because I know there was a status change in their
Yes, and I believe it was your idea, and we followed up on it, that the cost for the Make Them Nonprofit came from their 2020 budget.
Okay. So, okay, I got it. No money has been expended for this year,
It would have come
although it's in our
from-
budget to pay them, but they've changed to a nonprofit organization.
Yeah, I'll check with Trudy.
Yeah, they do have some expenses, but we're waiting till this agreement's in place to do it legally.
Their expenses to,
I know there's outstanding bill, it's like $50, $60 for some, but they have been meeting since January or February.
I'm just wondering why we're still paying for them.
You pay for them for 2020, you approved $4,500 for 2021. We cannot pay any invoices till we have this agreement in place.
All right, so this is something we'll address at budget time.
Yeah, if you wish to proceed for
Thank you.
future years,
Yeah.
Yeah. This is the last legal hurdle in them becoming separate from the county. You do not have to fund them, that's a decision you make every year at the budget time, as you have for the last 15 years.
Commissioner Allen.
And if we read the agreement, part of that is they maintain a database on lake issues that is available to everyone in the county. And they have some very valuable information, and because they're made up of representatives of many different lakes, there's information sharing and information available to the public that only they can uniquely provide.
Does Commissioner Elguer know where they get other funding besides what the county funds?
No, a lot of it's volunteer.
And my other question to that is do you know how big their budget is? Do they, have we seen their budgets? Have we seen their income flow?
Their budget is the total $4,500.
From us?
Yeah, and they are now, because they're a nonprofit, they will be applying for grants.
Correct.
But they couldn't do it until they were a nonprofit.
Right.
So they will be, obviously, they have some other goals and objectives. But as far as I know, they have not been successful, but they could not apply for grants until they got their nonprofit status, which they did. And then they could not use this funding until we have this agreement in place. But it's not guaranteed future funding. That's still a decision the board has to make.
Everyone understand this is just for the agreement. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0. Brings us then to the hiring policy.
Yeah, and we can maybe combine number 14 and the late addition together. So as you know, last year, at the height of COVID, I recommended the board approve a new policy, which basically froze all hiring pending approval of the Board of Commissioners. Since that time, and this was through December 31st, 2020. In November, it was extended for 6 more months. It expires at the end of June of this year. Since that time, we've had 19 openings. Everyone has been approved by 7-0 vote of the county board. I'm recommending one of two things, that you either just let this expire to June 30th, or you modify it now to have it expire as of today. There is a vacancy in the clerk's office. If you just let it simply expire and take no action by June 30th, it expires automatically. However, there is an opening now in the clerk's office, so therefore you have to do the late addition and accept that. And if there are any other openings between now and June 30th, you have to come back to the board, which kind of slows down the process. Or if you simply change the date to expire today, then the clerk would not have to come back for a late addition. So I guess it's up to you how you should proceed.
Commissioner Ross.
I would like to take these two issues separately, not combine them.
So if you wish to do nothing, the policy will expire June 30th.
Commissioner Allen.
I would move that we let the policy, expire the policy as of tonight, so that we can fill a position. We have filled 19. I need to keep that short. I move that we let the policy expire tonight.
Second.
And now, can I speak to that amendment?
Yes.
We have filled 19 other positions. We are talking about a department being overworked. I think we need to move to fill the vacancy in the clerk's office. And it makes no sense, since we filled others, to not let it expire.
A point of order, though, I don't think she's talking to her, are you talking to your motion?
Yes, she is.
I asked for them to be separated.
Yes, and she's talking to the first one, which is about the moratorium.
Okay.
And then yours is the second one. Or we're
If
separated.
the motion on the moratorium passes,
I know.
there's no need to do the other.
Right, I know. Is that, I'm sorry, you got interrupted.
No, I said what I said. I said what I was going to say.
Was there anybody else? I mean, do you understand that the reason we put these together, Commissioner Rushton, is that if the first one passes, we don't have to really address the second.
I understand.
Okay. So the motion is to end the moratorium today. All those.
Well, no, the motion was to let a policy expire, so.
No, tonight.
Tonight.
I think that it should state what policy we're talking about. I think it should be a clearer motion than just let a policy expire tonight. That's what I heard. So.
I'd be glad to clarify.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
I move that we move forward the hiring policy moratorium. Whoops,
You just want to move the
Yeah, I know.
policy moratorium.
expires tonight.
Thank you.
Okay, I move that the hiring policy moratorium expire tonight.
That's still okay with the second.
Absolutely.
All right. You understand it, Commissioner Rushton?
It's very
Clear?
clear now. Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Commissioner Rushton?
Yes, I'm just wondering, I'm asking the administrator if we've got other positions in the county in the pipeline that we can anticipate over the next 30 days.
At this point, I'm not aware of any,
Okay,
but we weren't expecting this either, so.
right,
But as of now, I'm not aware of it.
but for the last, 19 other positions, this
I'm
board.
sorry, I take that back. There is a retirement in senior services. The senior services committee will be meeting on the whole restructuring plan there. But that will be on the June agenda one way or the other. But I don't know what that will look like, but we will have some retirements between now and June 30th. There may be some potential request for replacement in June, but there may be a restructuring, so I can't tell you for sure. But do we have people leaving before June 30th? The answer is yes.
Okay, it's my position that we keep the moratorium in place until June 30 and go ahead and consider the clerk's request for help in her department. So.
Any other questions or statements? Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, the same sign.
Aye.
Okay, so the motion passes 5-2.
I see what you're saying.
Okay, so number 15 or the late addition is new. We don't have to discuss that. All right. So then that would bring us to the review of financials. Any reports or recommendations? Any special reports?
Just quickly,
Yeah.
Thursday at 4 o'clock, Mr. Buddick and I and Casey Noonan are participating in a ceremony because our Miles Kimberly Barn was selected by the state of Michigan as the Barn of the Year. I think all of you are invited. It's an outdoor ceremony, but it's Thursday at 4 o'clock. I know for a fact, Mr. Buddick, Mr. Noonan and I will be participating, but you're all welcome. And at some point this summer, they will have a dedication for the historic plaque also. So a lot of very positive things going on at the barn.
All right, so then that brings us to the public comment. If there's public comment, please come forward. And if you want to make public comment, please call 231-256-8109, 231-256-8109.
I'm still Keith Ashley from Leland. I guess my first recommendation is you should get rid of public opinion or public comment. You heard tonight for over an hour and 20 minutes of public comment, and an hour of that was spent on the issue of religion and whether you should entertain that in this forum. Two of the speakers were pro-prayer, very adamant. Make sure you do the prayer, keep God here. Three of them spoke about modifying the proposal to expand it to other religions. Representatives from outside the county be allowed to come in here and lead a prayer. And the balance were opposed to prayer in this forum. I think you have an ego problem here, for one. You don't listen. You're not willing to change, not only on the prayer issue, but on the budget issue, or the two new departments. You take a position, you make up your mind. It doesn't matter what the public says. I don't know how many letters you received on the prayer issue, but I dare say they were a representative of what was spoken tonight. The citizens of this county do not want to have prayer in this forum. You didn't listen. The letters to the editor in the Enterprise, same position. This isn't the place for prayer. You want to be prayerful, you want to be religious, do so. Pray when you come to the door. Ask for the guidance that you're seeking. But to stand up here for 3 minutes and listen to somebody pray and think that the magic is going to come to you, some kind of guidance, I'll tell you, it's just BS, okay? You're doing it for show. That's what it is, it's a show. Now you can say, I'm promoting my religion. You made the statement, I never heard of anything as asinine as this. We didn't exclude any religion. They excluded themselves because we don't have a synagogue in this county. The Jews have excluded themselves. You heard from 2 Jews tonight. They go to Traverse City where their synagogue is. You have a Jewish rabbi in this county. She lives miles away from here. She doesn't have a congregation here because she doesn't have a synagogue here. She won't be invited. When you pray that the citizens of Dearborn, the majority of the citizens of Dearborn, do not fall in love with Leelanau County. You'll rue the day. It happened in Hamtramck. You'll rue the day here by opening this up the way you have. Listen to your citizens. That's what the public comment is for. And it's intended to sway your opinions. And you heard tonight from a number of people with good opinions of why you should not do this. But you locked in your mind that, say what you want, folks. We are the executives here. We rule the roost. We will have it our way. There are 4 of you right now, but there will come a day when there will be 3 of you, and things can change. And it's just a sad commentary that you don't listen and take advice from the citizens that pay your way. Thanks.
Thank you. We have someone on the phone here. Ma'am, go ahead. On the phone.
This is Tricia Danton. I'm the chair of Leelanau Clean Water, and I wanted to thank the board for their approval of the Leelanau Clean Water Group Agreement, and offer to present at a later date at a future meeting if any of you are interested in an update on the activities of Leelanau Clean Water. Again, thank you for your service and the long hours that you put in tonight. Take care.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Wow. Again, my name is Kim Hayes, Leelanau Township. And I want to express my really deep disappointment in you as a commission. I appreciate the discussion that happened tonight about the prayer issue and the support to attempt to adopt a more flexible, lenient language that would be inclusive. And so on the record, I'm expressing my disappointment to the Board of Commissioners for not amending the policy regarding opening prayers before meetings of Leelanau County Board of Commissioners. I believe that you have adopted a policy that is without a doubt discriminatory and not inclusive. Interpreting that otherwise by particular commissioners and by the chair and even by legal counsel, to me it's baffling and disturbing. I find it really baffling and disturbing. I can't understand. I feel very similar to a gentleman who spoke earlier before me that, you adopted a discriminatory policy. And to not understand that, I would like to end my comment right now by recommending that, that you very much consider diversity, equity, and inclusion training. And if you've already had one, I would recommend you have another one, because I don't think you got it. And it's troubling. So thank you for listening to my comments and for being here so long. I'm drained from it myself. I'm sure you are. Appreciate your time. But my goodness, it's troubling. Please reflect. Thank you.
Thank you. If there's anyone who wants to call in, it's 231-256-8109, 231-256-8109. Any other public comment here? Come forward.
Good evening again, Steve Mikowski. I want to thank you all for struggling through the meeting. That's what we elect you to do. You are our representatives. On the issue of the big discussion tonight, when we find ourselves struggling of how to proceed, and we spend an hour struggling, there's an easy solution, particularly if it's not mandated, if it's not essential, and it's not an emergency. Table the issue, please, and get some more facts before we proceed. We struggled, and I'm not sure that you have all done the best possible job. Whether it was right or wrong doesn't matter, but I believe you need give yourself an out, an opportunity to look at things. Take a second look. I mean, all my life I've been perfect, so I never take second looks, okay? So, and the wise choice tonight is to make sure that the whole committee deals with any issues regarding any reorganization in this township. The finance committee does not have additional fiduciary duty than anybody else. You all are vested in the same amount, the same value, and you should all be highly interested in dealing with it every time an issue of this nature particularly comes up. Public comment is not a lawful petition that the people want you to act on. We have a Republican form of government. That's why when we elect you. So for all the public opinion you get, you may think it's valid or so, but you'll never know unless people petition you and want you to act on something or want you to vote on something. So we have to be careful. We sometimes believe we have to take public opinion as the sole source of every decision we can do. Some historical information, Antonio de Mendoza in 1550, the first viceroy of Mexico, advised his successor accordingly. When in public service, do as little as possible, and then do it slowly. This almost means what our founders wanted us to do. We elect you to provide us the best possible, least cost Republican form of limited government, so we citizens can be what our founders also wanted us to be, self-reliant and independent thinking. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you.
Any other comment?
Thank you. I want to thank you all for reconsidering the motion to establish in
I'm supposed to state your name.
Kathy Hardisfeld, sorry. But no, I thank you for reconsidering and readdressing the feasibility study and the exploration of 2 new departments for the county. I think a more thoughtful process and explorative process will benefit everyone. And I think that including people involved in these departments, it will be a huge benefit to you as well as to the public. And I also want to thank you for passing the 2% grant request from Christian Neighbors Blessings and Backpack onto the tribe for consideration. As many of you know, my dad, a charity member, this was one of his favorite opportunities for young people to be outfitted correctly for school, and today is the anniversary of his death. So I wanted to thank you for that.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Seeing none, then any commissioner comments? Commissioner Wesson.
I suggest for our first prayer, we all read the Serenity Prayer. I'm going to have to read that to myself tonight. We read the first 4 lines. God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, courage to change the things I can, and wisdom to know the difference. Couldn't change it. Sorry, I couldn't. I think we made a big mistake. But some things end up the way you don't want them to end up. I think it's a mistake. I hope we'll review it mid-year.
Any other comments? Commissioner Alba.
I am pleased that we are going to study a major change in our county, and I appreciate that support and that wisdom. I too am disappointed that we did not make our prayer policy more inclusive of our citizens. I do look forward to hearing the Anishinaabe prayer.
Any other comments? Commissioner Rush.
I just want to say, in regards to reorganizing in the county, there was never any intent not to study the process or the project.
I was just going to comment that Kathy Hardisfeld used an important word that hadn't been used with regards to looking at any reorganization or creation, and that is feasibility. And that is what needs to be done, a feasibility study, where we look at, there are, as I said before, many different approaches to do that objectively, which is the other thing that must happen here. So I'm hopeful that we move forward prudently on this and take the time necessary to look at all factors and whether or not it is really feasible or required or even necessary. But at least we'll have those answers.
Any other comment? No, seeing none, then we'll move to financials. I don't think we have any transfers or amendments, do we?
No, there are none.
I would move to approve claims in accounts $259,343.47.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0. Post audit.
We move to approve post audit $1,730,304.52.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0. We are adjourned.
What you got for a snack over there?